Hello there guys and gals, the Welsh Hunter here, back with yet another 100% achievement guide, and this is a long one, but fun one, in Pentiment. This was developed by Obsidian Entertainment, published by Xbox Game Studios, and is usually available £14.99/$19.99, but is included in Xbox Gamepass, so go get the hell out of it. Now this is a great sort of visual novel adventure type game as we play as Andreas Maler, a man in 16th century Bavaria, as an artist caught in between fighting for the peasants, we are called console peasants these days by the highly almighty ranking PC kings, and working in the abbot. Now things get heated very quickly when Andreas becomes investigator. Apparently, no police were invented back then. As for achievements, well, Jeebus on a Micemas. It's confusing, it's rattled my brain good, just trying to figure out a sort of good and fast way to unlock everything without the need to do 3 or 4 playthroughs. We will need to do at least 1.5 playthroughs purely because there are basically 4 quests that we need to do in Act 1 and 2, and each of those has some random achievements tied to it, but we won't get enough time to do all the quests before our investigation comes to an end. Plus, choices you make in Act 1 can void other achievements, see Legal Eagle and Grave Matters for instance. Anyway, I sorted this out nice and proper for you, so hopefully this is a nice and easy follow. This should take you anywhere between 10 to 12 hours, so with that being said, let's do it. And as you can see immediately, we've gone into the settings and we're going to put the instant text dialogue on. And when we start, we'll use the easy read fonts just because. It's up to you, whichever one you prefer. But the instant dialogue text, because there is so much dialogue throughout the entirety of the game, rather than it being typed out and you having to spam the A button lots and lots, it's just easier that way to do it instant. Right, so first things first then, just like a bit of chalk on a bit of paper, press the A button on the left stick to move it around, just to delete this bit of story, and the game will begin. So yes, I had a hell of a time trying to figure everything out. Absolutely confusing, but figure everything out I did. So I believe this is the quickest way we can do this. But I mean, if anyone else finds any quicker ways, then please let me know. And then I'll just delete this all and probably not go through it again, because it killed me off the first time. So, for a lot of times, just for instance, this part, what we're going to be doing is literally just picking the top option every time. Obviously, if you're really into it, there's a lot of dialogue to read, a lot of dialogues to pick. But a lot of the time, we will just be spamming the A button just to get through a lot of this dialogue. Again, obviously, dialogue in the game a little bit later on. We will need to pick specific options for story progression, for achievements and things like that. And obviously, I'll let you know when they are. But I will always let you know if there's something coming up or if you can just spam through the dialogue. And spamming through the dialogue is what we can do right now. So, you're going to be pressing that A button a hell of a lot. So, let's do it, man. Let's do it. So, now obviously there's a lot that you can explore in this game. There's a lot of hotspots that you can interact with. For instance, we've got the 2 hotspots in this room. Very easy in terms of controls as well. Obviously, left stick to move. You can press the X button to get up the quests. And you can press the Y button to get up the map. The A button is what we'll be primarily using for smashing through dialogue and interacting with hotspots. So you can interact with those 2 there. It doesn't make too much of a difference or for anything. So we're just going to head straight downstairs. And we are in the cold land of wherever the hell we are again. I forgot. Anyway, go ahead here and speak to Clara. And again, just choose any dialogue option that you want for the time being. So, the cheeky git is asking us for raising our rent, and she needs it today, apparently. So, we're going to say, of course. So, basically, for the Grave Matters achievement, so basically, the Good Graces and Grave Matters achievements we're not going to be getting in this playthrough. Because you need to be on Brother Gurno's side. And for this playthrough, we're going to be against the brotherly brother. So, we can say, yeah, we're going to go ahead, get his rent money there with the beautifully long, flowing head Andreas. So, yes, obviously, like I said, as long as you are picking exactly what I'm picking, again, for now, you can literally just keep going and pick in the top option every time. There's nothing to do with anything in terms of achievements or anything story-related, so we're all good. Now again, you can go ahead and speak to a lot of people, but for the most part, we're going to be avoiding them until we have to see them. So, heading out, we're going to start heading to the left, and then Big Jorg right there, who was basically our little town's best powerlifter, apart from Lucky the Stonemason. We'll see him in just a bit, but old powerlifter right here. So, what we are going to be doing now is choosing our background. Now, there are only 2 or 3 that you have to pick, and which you need to pick for specific achievements. So you have to be very careful. With this first one, he's basically going to ask us where we came before we came to Tassing. That's the place we're in. And you can choose anything you want. Low Countries, Italy, or Basil. Basil, as in basil, as in cooking utensils, as in I'm hungry and I want a KFC. No. So you can pick whatever you want right there. I just pick Basil because, you know, it was the top option. And that'll do, pig. That'll do me. So for the next one, this one is important for achievements later on in the game. So we need to be picking the 4th option there, Rapscallion. So the 4th option down, second from bottom, Rapscallion. Make sure to pick this because there are a few achievements tied to having this Rapscallion background. And then what you'll see, as we talk to people later on, you will see that fist dialogue appear, which basically means you can just talk angrily to some people in certain situations. So we definitely need that one, so make sure you have picked Rapscallion. If not, what you can do is press start, go to main menu, and it'll actually tell you when your last save was. So if you do make a mistake or anything, you can just go back to the main menu and press continue, and you'll start a few minutes prior to where you were. That's it. Again, if you do make a mistake. So into the Town Commons bit, we are going to be speaking to Andreas, the blackjack dealer. No, not blackjack dealer, you know, this guy. Blacksmith, that's right, not blackjack dealer. Anyway, we are going to choose, we've got to do a little mini game, so just rotate it, and then hit the A button a couple of times to get the horseshoe pumping. And we're going to need to do this 4 times, and then that's about it. By the way, there is also an achievement called Matchmaker tied to Andreas. But I don't get that until the second playthrough, purely because there's one part which I had to do, which I accidentally missed on the first playthrough. Again, it doesn't matter if you miss certain specific miscellaneous achievements. Like I said, we're going to have to play the first act and half of the second act again anyway. So do not worry about that. Of course, always check the timestamps below as well. So, until then, Brother Beardman, we're going to start heading to the right, and you can see sheep, and apparently this is a Welshman's dream, because that's all we do is just, we do stuff with sheep. We bum and eat sheep. That's apparently all the Welsh do. That's all we're good for, apparently. We're no good at rugby anymore, in all fairness. And no good at football either. So anyway, what we're going to do is choose the top option here. Is there something I can do to help? We are good at something. Definitely doing sheep. That's definitely one. Again, choose the top option. Doesn't matter here, but there is an important thing that we're going to say right at the end. There's Lucky the Stonemason, by the way, arguing with the Baron, who is about to be our bestest buddy. What are the Welsh good at? We've got some good strong men. We've got, yeah, we've got lots of stuff. And we've got a hell of a guide hunter right here as well. So, Now, what I'm going to say, when I say there are important choices coming up, we're going to say don't work too hard, Martin. Basically, if you were to say help your aunt and cousin, that would put you in a -2 favour. So with specific dialogues, you can increase your favour, which will give you an opportunity to succeed in dialogue checks later on in the act, or, you know, just later on, whatever. So obviously, if you pick choices that reduce the favours, then you will likely fail the dialogue check, and you'll have to go another route to try and finish the story, or try and finish the quest, or whatever. So obviously, when I say there's an important choice coming up, make sure to pick that important choice. Okay, right. We're on to a winner. I'm pretty sure that's everything. But probably not. So for now then, like you just see, we headed to the right. We automatically speak with, Santa Claus. And we can just go ahead, pick the top option every single time. And that is fine. And then what we're going to do is go to the right once again. Again, this is a bit of a small map, but you will see we will be coming back and forth here plenty of time. So you will get used to it. God bless Master Maler. So what we're going to do, just keep picking the top option for now. And then Baron Lorenz is going to appear. Out of nowhere. So again, for now, what we're going to be doing is just keep picking the top option until I say. So again, you can just keep picking top option, who was the artist, blah, blah, blah. But we will, there is an important choice coming up to get a +1 favour here with Lorenz. And again, it doesn't matter, because we are going to be falling out of favour with the Abbot and the Father Gurno. There he is, he's talking about Father Gurno already. And we are going to pick the top option again to say, of course, my lord, it would be an honour. But this is the one where we'll get +1 favour with Lorenzier. And once again, it's another important one. Top option, still his ideas do seem fascinating, which will get you another +1 favour with Lorenziate. Right, what is coming up now is more important background selections. And again, we have to pick 2 specific ones for achievements a lot later on. Now, of course, because if you don't pick these, you will not be able to get the achievements, and then you'll have to potentially do a 3rd playthrough, and nobody wants that. So what we're going to be picking is the second option here, Imperial Law. So this is very specific, or very important for the achievement called Legal Eagle. So make sure to pick Imperial Law then, there. And for the next favourite subject selection, this is another extremely important one. We are going to be picking the Logician, after old lady here, Otto, who was from The Simpsons, had a bit of a change, and then turned into an old woman, and now she's angry at Lorenziate. The old crone will probably be dead. That's, well, that's a little harsh. Anyway, here we go then. Make sure to pick the second option here, Logician, or Logician. So this is important beyond all belief for a good couple of achievements in this playthrough and in playthrough 2 as well. So make sure to pick Logician, and then for the next one you can pick whatever you want, because it doesn't matter. Just as long as you have picked Logician, then you are a magician and you're going to logician your way through the achievements and love life. So for this part, doesn't matter what you pick what you want. But yeah, just choose the Logician background, because the Logician background will also be used in playthrough 2 for the Grave Matters achievement. Everyone enjoys the smell of their own farts. Where are we? California? That's not a dig at California. That's just a South Park episode. You've all seen it. Oh, Yeah, you know if you've seen it. Anyway, lots of talking. No more important choices, so just keep on pressing the A button until we get to the Kearso Abbey. Kearso Abbey. Sounds kind of like a chicken dish, to be honest. So, remember, we want to be paying Clara the rent. It doesn't do anything with achievements and stuff, but we can choose, is this a bad time for an ask for an advance on my payment? Now, obviously, in playthrough 2, we will not be asking Gurno. We got to be on his good side. So, basically, we are going to get Baron Lorenz's pubes stuck in our teeth. We're going to be right inside him for this playthrough, and then we're going to switch it up and get inside Master Gurno. You know, lovingly. Right, so, here we are then. We'll be coming here a lot. So what we're going to do is head to, you got the cloister on the right. Press the Y button here to get out the map. And as you can see, you've got the convent gardens. If you do get confused, it's probably worth just doing it yourself. Because even the map's kind of confusing there. So, what we're going to do then, we are going to head to the left here into the convent garden. Now, what we will see are hotspots for flowers and animals. We need to pet 5 animals throughout the entirety of the game in one playthrough and smell 10 different flowers. So there's one on the left, one directly in front of us there. And there will be one, even though that's not one, that's just saying they keep the garden well tended. So we are going to speak to old Sophie right. Yeah. We don't actually need to speak to Sophie. All we're doing is coming into this garden just to interact with the cat here, Mr. Mansfinger. Hello, Mansfinger. Would you like to finger a man? It's good for the soul. So that is pet 1 out of 5. And again, just interact with all the hotspot next to the flowers. So that should be 2 right there. And it should be 3, actually. So just to the left of the door there, that is the feverfew. Job done. So that should be 3 already. So once we've done that, then we paired the animals. That's 1 out of 5 and 3 out of 10 for the flowers. So we can head back down to the Upper Abbey. And now what we're going to be doing is actually heading inside the church. I don't think... We never go in the shrine. Don't worry about that. So we're going to head into the church. And it can be confusing, first of all, because there's plenty of ways to go to get to certain destinations. But what we're going to do, as you can see, there's a Ruddiger. The crypt will be going in the tower. We never go in at all. But just keep heading to the right and you're going to see Brother Mattiao. Mattiao. So basically what we're going to do is just ask him for the payment. Old Clara's payment or our payment. So we can just say, no, I was just being friendly. Although that was the wrong option there. No, it wasn't, because we're going to say one more thing. I have a favour to ask you. Then you can just keep picking the same options that I do. Ask him about the payment. 9 times out of 10, he will give it to you. But if he doesn't give it to you, then don't even worry about it. Right, so if we've got the money, thank you, brother. You kind of look like a Disney cartoon character, brother Matthew. So you can go ahead and give it to her now, or we can just put it in the table in the evening. We're just going to pop it on the table in the evening, just so we can do a couple of other things first. Right, so what we're going to do then, we need to head basically back through the meadow, and there is a couple more flowers that we can sniff, get high on life. I said it, high on life. So we're going to head down through the Upper Abbey and through to the meadow again. We'll be passing here plenty through the game. So interact with the hot spots where you see the flowers. So here is one. Irises. I have Am's iris in my eyeball. This is the forest, which we'll go to later on. There's a snowdrop right here, right in the middle. And then if we go to the left a little bit, there's going to be the next set of flowers as well. Columbine. Oh, Columbine's not good. Right, so what we can do, head right slightly, and then we're going to head up to the mill. Here it is. We're going to be getting our first achievement of the game. Hooray for achievements. Hooray. So, ignore Lenhardt here because he is douche nozzle of the highest order. We're going to speak to Paul. And basically, we want to tell Paul to keep drawing by selecting a couple of specific dialogue options. So we basically need to encourage him to keep drawing to get the good influence achievement here. If for whatever reason you don't get it, again, press start, go to the main menu, and then continue the game, and then you should reload just before you go ahead and speak to Paul. So that's probably the one good thing about this game. Plenty wrong. So just say, do you like to draw? Do you like to draw, Paul? No, I bloody don't. I can only draw stick figures. So say my dad doesn't like some of the things I do either. And that should actually be enough. Sometimes you may get the dialogue option that says, but if it means a lot to you. That will also unlock the conversation. Or unlock the dialogue as well. That may be if you choose specific backgrounds. I'm not too sure. But anyway, the options I picked were all good. And that will get you achievement number 1. Good influenza. So go ahead and pet Staub. Staubenhauben. Man, he just looks like a hot dog, doesn't he? Oh, I might need to go and get something to eat now. I'm thinking of all pets as food. Well, I mean, technically pets are food. But, well, we'll argue about that another day. So again, if you want to have a look at the map, obviously again, always press the Y button. Otherwise, we can just head all the way to the right and head back to the meadow. And we are going to go right once again. We're basically going to head back up to the Abbey now. We just wanted to get the couple of flowers and that one achievement out of the way. Because, you know, gotta do what you gotta do, man. Horse Burgers right there. Hello, Horse Burgers. I'll see you in Tesco's. Right, so what we're going to be doing, we are going to go to the large garden now. And again, it can be confusing first, because to get to places, you have to go through other places to get to the place that you particularly need. As you can see, the large garden is at the very bottom. So we're going to have to go into the cloister, go into the you'll see. You'll see, I've actually forgotten, sorry. So head right into the cloister, which is basically like a big hallway. And then, yeah, there we go. So, just having a look. Again, when you go through this, it can be slightly confusing. But, you know, nothing wrong with that. But we're going to go straight into the first one, which is the chapter house. And then when we go all the way to the right, this is where the large garden should be. Now, the only reason we're coming out here is to get some more roses or some more sniffs for the flowers. So, again, wherever you can. There should only be 2 outside. I say 2, but only 1, I believe, counts for this bit. And then what we're going to do, after this, we can head to the left. Not up and to the right, but we're going to the left to go into the Abbot's house. And the only reason we're going into the Abbot's house is because there is another dog. Mirabilis. It's Mirabilis. So here is pet number 3. Yeah, who's a good boy? Who's a good little sausage man? Yeah, you is a good little sausage man. Alright, so let's get our buns out of there, Huns. So what we're going to do now, we are going to proceed with the story. So head back into the old cloister bags, head to the right, not the courtyard and the Bognus Regis, head into the church, or the dormitory. You can go into the church or dormitory. We basically have to look for the Old Baileys. So if we go just through the churchway here, you can see the Old Bailey just in front of Brother Matthew Mouthmouth. The sacristy is closed, so we don't have to worry about that. But anyway, head into the first door that we see here, just slightly off to our right. And this is the Scriptorium. And again, we've got a lot of dialogue choices and only a couple of important ones to choose. So for the time, so what we're going to do, we're actually going to speak to either Brother Adoc, hey Doc, or Brother Guy here at the back. And then we're going to speak to Brother Piero in the front to get the scene moving. And then after that, what you can do is just keep picking the top options, and I will pipe up when we need some important choices to make. Here is another important choice. What we're going to say is, calm yourself, Brother Adoc. Hey, Doc. So the second option, calm yourself, Adoc. You're too sensitive to Guy's jokes. Because if you pick the top option, that'll give you -1 Guy Persuasion check during Act 2. So that's why that is important. You criticize me, you old coot. I mean, Piero, bro, your neck's on backwards, so, yeah, or it's the Professor Farnsworth stuck up in the air. I don't know, what kind of neck is that? So next one after this, make sure to choose the top option, and Brother Guy. That gives you a +2 for the Guy Persuasion check during Act 2. So obviously, when I don't say anything, that means you're going to keep picking the top option every time, and then when I pipe up, it means we need to choose a specific option. I'm pretty sure you got that by now. This is the canonical hour. So every time that we do certain things in-game, the time moves forward, and that's particularly why, or specifically why, we won't be able to get all achievements in one playthrough, because in terms of quests, like I said, there are 4 quests that you need to do, usually, and you end up running out of time before we have to conclude our investigation. So, yeah, so there's just nothing you can do about it, which is, it's a sad, sad situation. But that's what we gotta do, and that's Brother Frank with the bald top on his head. Me and you both, Frankie boy. So go ahead and go to the left, speak to Sister Zdena, or is this Mother Illuminata? Oh, it's Illuminata, sorry. So she's going to task us, because apparently she can't get out of the library herself. You know, monks and nuns, they've done some weird-ass stuff back in the day, a couple of centuries ago. So we need to, again, pick the top option if you want, nod, doesn't matter. But we basically need to help her out with some books. So just keep picking the top option for the time being. And for this one, we're going to pick the top option again to say, of course I'll help in any way I can. That'll get you +5 favour with Illuminati. Oh, no, the conspiracy theorists are going to be well out, aren't they? You know, the conspiracy theorists like Rihanna doing the Super Bowl, looking pregnant, looking lovely, decides to wear a bit of red, and she's a devil worshipper. And it was the same with Sam Smith, wasn't it, as well? But, I mean, Sam Smith, they sort of look more like a beef joint ready to get turkey basted and get stuck in the oven for an hour. No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I'm a bit of... Anyway, head to the right and pick up this book. Again, just choose the top option every time here. That's all good. Don't get me wrong, I look like a bit of beef myself. But I'm more of a hunky beef. And crappy French, apparently I am. So you can't just go and get all 3 books, which is annoying. You actually have to go back, give that one back to Illuminati. And then we can go and get the second one, which again, if you go to the right slightly, you will see the hotspot in a little nook. Brother, hey, Doc. So this next book is important for the Simple Soul achievement. So grab this book here. Now we have to choose the specific options in order to get the achievement. So after we all smash out, the first one that we need to check is I can sympathize with him. So it will be appearing in just a little bit. But for now, again, just keep picking the top options until you see the bottom option where it says I can sympathize with him. And And here it is. Next one is coming up, so I can sympathize with him. Bottom option, job done. Now, for the best results and for the achievement, make sure to be picking these options. So first up is, must the book be destroyed? The second option, must the book be destroyed? No one even knows that it's here. Next up, it is, well, I refuse to give it to you if all you're going to do is destroy it. That's top option. Thirdly, we're going to choose, I'm not sure, I'll hide it, keep it safe, which is top option again. And finally, it's going to be, I propose a compromise, which is the third option. So I propose a compromise. I will take the book from the Abbey far away. And this is what should get you the Simple Soul achievement. Plus getting the heretical tome here. Which gives us the mystical spirit background at the start of Act 2. So, again, if for whatever reason it doesn't pop or you mess up, again, remember to press the start button before finishing off the conversation. Quitting out, quitting out to the main menu, continuing, and then you can start again. But that is what you will do. So speak with the Illuminati once more, and we can basically get the hell out of it. Hey, who's up for some sexty time? Hey, who wants to eat me? And I don't mean literally. I mean physically. Please, somebody touch me. I'm unloved. Nah, I'm just joking. So, head to the Old Bailey. Head to the Old Bailey, and then what we're going to do is head to the left. So we have to go and find. Now, if you do want to get Matchmaker, the Matchmaker achievement in this run, I'll obviously be telling you what to do and where to go. So you can either head back through the church, what we're going to do, and then just head all the way to the left until we can get out into the Upper Abbey. And from here, slightly left, go down to the Lower Abbey. Now, you can go ahead and speak to Martin here, but there's pretty much no point, in all fairness. There's just nothing. You can speak to him, but there's no point. So we're going to go ahead and speak to Andreas and Otto. Otto, man. Hey, Otto, man. Driving the school bus today? Anyway, what's going to happen is, now, again, every time that you have to eat and things like that, and you have, it's called Sext and, Vespers. Vespers. They are the two eating times. And you have to go and speak. And you have to go and eat with someone. You can't just, get a quick discarded hot dog out your pocket. You've got a bit of sheep's milk cheese, some almonds, and a bit of rye bread there. That'll fill you up lovely, wouldn't it? But yeah, so every time it comes up, you have to go and choose someone to eat with. But if you have already eaten with someone, so say Andreas and Otto we've already eaten with today, we can't then eat with them again during the next eating time. But anyway, for now, what you're going to do is just keep spamming through the dialogue. It doesn't matter what you're going to be picking. And then basically for the Matchmaker, Otto will automatically talk about have we seen Eva and blah-de-blah-de-blah. So that's basically sort of part 2 out of 4 for Matchmaker. So it is the people's favourite time. Work, nuns, which I think a lot of us like to do at work. We like to do none work whatsoever, don't we? So what we're going to do is head back up into the Upper Abbey. A couple of new things have unlocked, but we'll come back to that later on. So we can go either again through the church or the cloister. We're just going to head back into the scriptorium in the Abbey. So just go ahead. It probably would have been easier just to go straight through the church, but there we go. The church on the outside. Go back to the Old Bailey, head into the scriptorium, and then what we're going to do is watch the scenes. And again, we are going to make any choices. So again, I just keep spamming through and picking the top option, while Prior Pfennig, who's basically the supervisor, and you know what supervisors are like, they're paid like 50 pence more than us an hour, and they think they have the authority to treat you like absolute garbage. Oh yes, plenty of people get power to their heads, don't they? Anyway, Pfennig here walking around will harass Brother Piero, you know, the old twisty neck, and the old guy. And basically, Lorenz will appear. But for now, pick whatever options you choose. Lorenz, we're going to choose My Lord, because if you nod respectfully, that'll grant you -1 favour with Lorenz. And then next up, what we're going to do is Say Nothing. So when the next dialogue option appears, we're going to choose the bottom option, which will be Say Nothing. Yeah, the future is now, old man. I'm the best drawer in the world. Right, there we go. So making sure now to choose Say Nothing. If you choose the top option, My Lord, that'll grant you -1 favour with Lorenz. And then finally, there's going to be another important choice in just a bit. And it's the top option here, where we're going to say, if anyone is the embarrassment here, it's you, Pfennig. You and your big bald top, as it were. So if you choose the second option, that'll be -1 for Brother Guy's persuasion check during Act 2. So, Sister Illuminati and Zdena will be all like, "Hey, get the hell out of my pub." Right then, time to eat, boys and girls and ladies. So what we're going to do, head out, and then we're going to go not into the cemetery. Cemetery. Can't even speak English again. Sounds about right for me. Head into the church. And in fact, actually, what we're going to do is head into the cloister. Yeah, sorry, we needed to go to the cloister. So there we go. Head slightly left here. And then what you're going to see is the courtyard and lavatorium. We basically are going to have to wash our hands and have a little chat with old twisted bottleneck Brother Piero. I know why Andreas likes talking to him, because he makes Andreas look even hotter in comparison. Piero is the ugly friend, I'm afraid. Right, anyway, head to the right here into the refectory. Now, basically, our dialogue choices here with Lorenz will impact our favour with both him and Father Gurno. So, when we come back to this point in the second playthrough, we're going to not be speaking, because that is how you do the Grave Matters achievement. But for now, what you're going to do is basically just say nice. Just talk. Just choose the top option every time. Gurno's not going to like it, but we don't care. We're trying to get Brother Lorenz inside us this time. To hug and touch and stuff. Yeah. Okay, time to complain about sleep. Well, nobody's hearing me complaining about sleep. Are you? Now complaints here, mate. Right, so, since that's done, and the day is done, we can head to the left. We're going to have a little dialogue option here. Basically, just head left into the meadow, and we're going to speak to Till. Not a till, not a cash register, but the guy called Till. And again, after this part, we're going to just head to the left. Was that ghostly, or was it mostly, or was it toastly? So head to the left, and then what you're going to do when you get here, you're going to go past the church, and again, we're going to be spamming the top option every single time to speak to Sister Amalie, who is just Amalie, or Amalie. Anyway, she's off a rocker, and she's chilling in a random cell by herself. And that is all of the random NPCs that we're going to speak to tonight. So head all the way to the left, Mr. Drucker. In fact, we're going to go to Central Town first. There's a cat up here which we can pet. Here it is. Old Schlau. Pet the Schlau de cat. Oh ja, Haugen Schlaugen. Schlaugen Blaugen. So that should be pet 4 out of 5, I believe, that we have petted. So there's job done. And then what we can do is actually just keep heading to the left now. You can either go to the right, which will put you back into the town commons. Whichever way you go, you'll end up back in the town commons. So now, yeah, so I literally could have just gone left and gone into the town commons and you would have been on this part anyway. And then what you're going to see just after this part, not this one, but the next hotspot below us will be Gertner Farm. There is our house. Ah, our house that we're staying in. Ah, it's so beautiful. Right, so what we can do then, we're going to interact with the hotspot here on the table to leave the rent money. Again, makes no difference if you did or didn't get it. It's not to do with any story or progressions or achievements or anything. Then we can go to bed, pick the top option to go to sleep. And what a lucky boy, because I am schnackered recording this already. And well, we're just over 50 minutes in. 8 hours odd to go. Hooray! Oh, wow. Oh, gosh. People with kids, we all know what that noise is like, huh? If only our kids could have a dialogue option like that instead of actually shouting the words, ah. That would make life a hell of a lot easier. Anyway, keep picking the top option for now. We're all good. By the way, this is the next part for the Matchmaker. Say thank you. Otto wanted me to say hello, by the way. This is if you want the Matchmaker achievement. Again, there's a couple of parts to it, so you need to make sure to say that one. And then we can head off. Try to stay dry. Well, it's flipping raining outside, so, you know, going to be a bit impossible for that one. Top options again, as per. Stormy morning. Right, so let's get the hell out of the storm, boys. So we can only go left for now. Now, to get the next Matchmaker achievement, you need to speak to Andreas here and ask him about the relationships. If you've got the Logician, basically we're going to be talking about Eva and Otto, but if you've got the Logician thing, make sure to choose that option. So that's if you want the Matchmaker achievement, speak to Andreas. Make sure to choose the Logician dialogue checks that come up. Basically just so he thinks that we're not gossiping, and then that'll be the next part, and then we'll get the Matchmaker achievement in Act 2. Otherwise, what we're going to do, we're going to speak to Agnes here. 2 important choices that we are going to make, and the first one is here. Good morning, Agnes. What's going on at the Pfeifers? And finally, we can choose top option again. Tell Helena, I will pray for her health. Basically, that's going to get us altogether 3 persuasion checks, plus 3 persuasion checks with Agnes later on. So we can just keep heading to the right, get to the church and Druckers. And we can just keep heading all the way to the right until we get to the meadow. And again, if you hadn't noticed, sometimes we're not going to bother speaking to Broski and Broski. So sometimes you need to press sort of up on the D-pad, sort of up and right, in order to go certain places. Otherwise, what you're going to do, we're going to run into Martin. Now, if you have spoken to Martin before, this will affect his response to you. Pretty much, we should be good anyway. If you get a bit of success, that's fine. If not, it literally makes... it doesn't make a difference. But you should do. If you've got the same... that was the first dialogue check that we just passed, by the way. So you've seen it. It was all blue. That means that we had the rapscallion background. We said hi to him or whatever the hell it was. And that is how you can do that. Now, to get the achievement, by the way, you don't have to speak to Miklaus here. I just wanted to know if the Lorenzi likes me. Which I hope so. Because I've got some of his pew stuck in my teeth. Anyway. So yeah, and here's another one. Again, it's always worth doing for the successful of one. So basically, certain things that you do in the game, if you do them, you will get usually a success rate and you will pass. That is obviously our second out of fifth one here. If not, it'll be in red and it will say failure. But again, it doesn't matter. And I don't think you even have to do all 5 in one playthrough. There are plenty of dialogue checks to do, so don't worry about that. Otherwise, for now, we can just keep checking, chicken, and checking and chicken. And so once this is done, we're going to head to the old Scriptoribum once again. So up to the Abbey, heading into the old Church of Life. And now we can take Eva's advice and stay dry after being in the rain. I tell you what, that's like Michael Owen's advice in football. If they scored a goal, they would have won. Thank you, Michael. So into the Old Bailey and then into the Scriptorium once again. There is going to be another short scene here. So again, just keep choosing all dialogue options. Keep spamming the A button. Right, so that was a nice short scene for a change. Right, let's head to the left, back out into the old Bailey. And then what we need to do, oh my gosh, that is a scream. That's like when people see my face for the first time. Ah! Jesus. No good, no good. So what we need to do, we basically need to go into the cloister. So head out into the church here, which is fine, and we'll nip into the cloister. And then we need to go all the way to the left and enter the chapter house and watch the scenes, which is to the left. So the chapter house is going to be all the way to the left. There's a couple of people dotted around. So, again, you can, for this next part, you can either argue with Father Gurno, and that will basically especially void the Grave Matters achievement, or if you're going for the Grave Matters achievement, you can agree and remain on Gurno's good side. But again, we're not going to happen. We're going to shove our fingers straight up Gurno's nostrils and use him like a bowling ball. But for now, what you're going to do is just keep picking the top option. Oh yeah, I've played this enough where this isn't a surprise to me anymore, but oh my god, it's murder, murder. Yeah, so the Baron, Lorenzarino, has been avoided. So what we're going to say now is, that's absurd. So make sure to choose the option here, that's absurd. So picking these choices will make it easier to pass a dialogue check with Brother Wojslav later on. But again, it will greatly harm your chances at unlocking the Grave Matters achievement, so that's fine. So next up, we are going to choose the He Wasn't Angry option. And it's going to be coming. There it is. He wasn't angry. So bottom option, he wasn't angry. Anyone who was in the scriptorium knows that. Even Guy knows that. And next up, it's the top option. It is my affair if you're going to make me part of Brother Piero's twisted neck supposed motive. And then finally, we are going to choose the option, I think it's the second option. This is ridiculous, but yes. This is ridiculous, but yes. And then we're going to play a prank and poop on Gurno's pillow or something. Okay, everyone, it's sexty time. And everybody loves a bit of sexty times. Right, so what we're going to do then is go to the Drucker house, which is Santa Claus. We're going to make some lunch. And it'll just be the same thing. So all we're going to be doing is literally all you need to keep doing is going to the lower abbey and then just keep heading all the way left until you get to the church and Druckers and then interact with the house, which is the Drucker house. Eat all the food you want, pick all the pick all the top options that you want. Just keep spamming it. Nothing will be missable in this one. Andreas, you absolute waste of pig. I wanted some of that egg pasta and bread, or whatever the hell it was. Anyway, so this is where the investigation starts. So we get 2 in-game days, and we've got 4 lines of inquiry to pursue, which is why, of course, that's why we need to do 2 playthroughs. But what we're going to do then, we're just going to go and we're going to head to the right. We're going to basically interact with Lucky. So we're going to go into the meadow. Oh, in fact, first, before we do all this, we are going to go to the autopsy. And so obviously heading all the way back up to the Abbey once again. Christ, it's already been an hour. Jeez. Well, time flies when you're having fun and pressing the A button about 60 bazillion times. New hotspot should be here to throw the stone, and we will be able to go inside. And again, for now, all you're going to keep doing is, obviously, as I say, keep spamming and keep picking that top option. How many times are you going to say that in this playthrough? 16 bazillion times, I expect. So if you're looking for animated button wiener action, you're not going to get it here. Carefully placed hand was right in the Baron's way, unless he'd made love to so many disgusting people, men and women, I suppose, that his wiener just dropped off, which is all possible. Anyway, you're going to see a lot of these notes. This is basically from The Killer, if you couldn't tell already. It's one of those, but we are going to be getting a special achievement, and it's only one that we could get with, as long as you've got the rapscallion background. So, again, choose any dialogue options you want for the time being. We can see his little wiener. Oh, it doesn't matter how old you get, it's always funny. Right then, so normally you'd have an option to hide, which we will do in the second playthrough, but for now we're going to pick the bottom option from Werner. Nope. And we're going to say, no, I'm not going to hide, it will be fine. And the reason we're doing this is because we're going to get, eventually, an option to headbutt him. Now, that is what will get you the Nosy Fella achievement. So, again, for the time being, go through it, any dialogue options that you want. And this is where the option's coming up, so don't pick it now. Make sure to choose the bottom option here. Headbutt him. That will get you the ding, 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 ding achievement and get you the Nosy Fella, and you're done. What a nut. What an absolute nut. My nose. It's fallen off my face, Mr. Jackson style. Oh, we've all been there, mate. Vespers, man. I want to be the Vespers, man. So, yes, we do have to go and eat. It's eating time, so you can't do any investigating because everyone is already eating. So what we're going to do is turn to the right here. We're going to go inside the guest house. Because ladies... Blah, 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 blah. There is also a dog, Pet First Chin. Or First Chin. That's a hell of a beard, Mr. First Chin. This is where we're going to get the achievement, actually, for petting 5 animals. If you haven't got it yet, there are plenty of animals in Act 2 and 3 to pet, so don't worry about that. But that is what should get us the achievement here. We've got Lady Salmonella, or Salamia. I'm going to call her Salmonella. This is basically Lorenzi's wife, who got cheated on about 16 billion times, because apparently that's what rich people do. They make money and they cheat on their missus. Pfft. Well. Anyway. Just have supper with her. Again, all dialogue options don't matter, so eat all the... God damn, that is a nice looking turkey pheasant thing. Anything you want. No complaining about sleep this time. So what we're going to do then is basically just head all the way back now to what's his face is? The Gertner's house. So hopefully, we've been playing this for about an hour and a quarter now, so hopefully you should know where that is. So just either follow me or just head all the way back to the left, down to the Gertner farm, and go for a cheeky little nap. You may be awoken by Ursula. Just choose any dialogue option once again. No such thing as prime work, not these days. To be fair, the Japanese are incredible at working, and I think the rest of the world are a bit, well, actually no, just Britain. We're all lazy. There's no such thing as prime work. So, what we are going to do then, we are going to head to the right-hand side, and just head up into the town commons. We're actually going to start our investigations proper. Now, again, if you haven't spoken to Andreas about the relationship, Eva's and Otto's, I think you should be able to speak to him there. Otherwise, just go ahead and go to the church and Druckers and head up into central town. And there is Lucky. So, for the time being then, you can literally just pick any dialogue option that you want. Eventually, he's going to be pissed off and be like, leave me alone. So just keep picking the top option here. So again, we are going to follow Lucky now, so, you know, follow him, yeah? Again, it's all automatic, you don't have to, you know, worry about anything. So, yeah, so far then, you've had a good 5 minutes of just picking the top option, or whatever option you want. So when we get to the next part then, there's going to be like a tiny, tiny mini-game. Where basically, there's going to be 3 bugs that crawl on us, or 1 at a time. So as soon as the A button appears, in order to shake the bug off, do that. And, yeah, Lucky will basically end up nipping off to the right, and then we will follow him again. If you don't manage to do it in time, or you do it too quickly, oh, sorry, the right trigger it is, not the A button. But if you don't manage to do it, he's just going to come over, knock the wood, he won't even see you. For some reason, doesn't see a big fat head staring at him through a hole. Right, so once we regain control of young Burger King, what we're going to do is head all the way to the right and interact with the flowers. So what's going to happen is you're going to see, or we're going to pick up a mysterious note, which is all good. Woohoo! Sexty time! Everybody loves a bit of sexty time. Doesn't matter who with, as long as you are full-filled and you're full of whipped cream. You know, like pie and cream and stuff. Oh, there's 2 ladies skinny dipping. Brigitte, which is Martin's wife, and Veronica, which is Martin's cousin. Which is weird when you say it like that. But anyway, can't beat a bit of skinny dipping. Absolutely not. Anyway, so what we're going to do, again, we need to have a bit of sexy time with someone. And find someone to eat with. Now, it's pretty difficult, but somehow, we're going to basically head back to Lucky's house. So if we head to the left and then go up towards Central Town, you can interact with Lucky, which we are going to do, because we're going to ask him about the note. And you can attempt to try and eat with him, but of course he's going to be like, bruh, you've been following me, and you've literally just glared at me. So, how about no, you crazy long-head bar stool as you are? So, speak with Lucky, and then what you're going to do is actually make sure to choose. So, we're going to say, I found the note that you left in the forest. Just to get it out of the way. You can ask him about the other 2 things as well, but it just adds more time onto the dialogue. And then what we're going to do is pick 3 specific options here to get it, and it's going to be glare stoically. So, glare stoic Carly. Then continue glaring. And then finally it will be glare with unnerving intensity. Because that is how, if you ever want something, you know, off your partner or, you know, something, you just glare at them with unnerving intensity and they give it to you. So, just pointing stuff out, you know. So, that went well, huh? Or it's about to... Well, actually, it's about to not go well. Hip, 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 hip. So sometimes he might be lucky with that one and actually get some food with him. If not, head next door to the Alban Bakery. Or maybe not then this time. Apparently we're just going straight through. Yeah. So what we can do then, we are going to just head into the Gertner farm. Head into the Gertner house. And break some bread. Right, so the spinning bee achievement. Again, I'm going to get in the second playthrough. I missed it the first time, again, which is fine. But when you speak to Eva about it, what you can do is head just to the right onto the Johann Bauer farm. Interact with the females. So go to the Johann Bauer farm. You can interact here with the guy just on the right. And then basically you can get an achievement just by pressing the left trigger 3 times and then the right trigger 3 times quickly and then the A button. But what that will do then is actually fast forward the canonical hour it'll fast forward it by a couple of hours. So that's why we leave it this time, just because we're going to head to the right, head down, and go into Ottillia's home. We're just going to focus on quests. Again, we have to come through this bit anyway, so we will get that miscellaneous achievement later on. So, interact with Ottillia, the angry lady who shouted at Lorenz Rothberger's murder earlier. And again, for now, just keep doing what you're doing until we eventually automatically go in the woods together. Oh, maybe Andrea had a thing for old ladies. Well, they are the most experienced, and the older they get, the more floppier they are, so, you know, it's always a bit of fun as well. It's like swinging a rope around. Now, if that wasn't part of the meme, I'm all yours for the afternoon. See, son, that wasn't so bad, was it? Now let's go get you that PS5 or Xbox Series X. Right, so what we're doing for the time being then, there's going to be 2 sticks we're going to collect on the left, 2 sticks on the right, and then we're going to do a little mini-game with sticks, which involves the old woman. Where is this going? I don't need an Xbox Series X that badly, although, could do with a spare one. Right, so for any dialogue choices, by the way, what we're going to be doing is just don't choose any negative sounding ones. So normally you'll get one at the top, which will say, if you insist, which is fine. So always pick the same ones that I do, which are the most positive sounding ones. Otherwise she'll tell us probably much where to go, and then we may miss out on an achievement later on. So just keep being nice to the old lady. She hasn't had a stick up her butt for a while. Or in fact she has, it's been up there for a couple of years now. So we're going to say, sure, break the sticks. Got it. And it's an easy game. You can't really miss this one up. But basically, you just need to move the left stick left and right. And you just have to break off just enough of a stick. So not too short, not too long, but somewhere in the middle. And then you choose, press the left and right trigger at the same time to break it off. So it has to be kind of sort of in the middle. Sometimes she'll say it's too short. Try it again. Sometimes she'll say it's too big. But basically, just keep on going. You'll get into a sort of rhythm. And, again, you can't fail it. You just keep on going until she says, "That's enough, boy." And then, once that one is done, we can say, "Are you sure this would be enough wood? What if there's a cold snap? I'm so worried about you, you old mean pig." So just a few more things left to do. Speak to Ottillia again, and apparently she's so decrepit that she can't even hang a few pictures up. I'm just joking. Old people are fantastic, apart from driving and, you know, walking in front of you slowly on a busy day. But they do feed you up well, so, you know, old people have incredible uses, mainly feeding you up. So all you got to do then, for the first 3 pictures, just turn the pictures around and it'll automatically go in the right spot. And then just hang the next 2 up. Doesn't matter which order it goes in. I think the left one's at the top, right one's at the bottom. And then you can see, when she talks about getting the cross and taking it down, just make sure that you choose a positive option to Ottillia. Just say, oh my god. Either way, it shouldn't really impact your investigation. So once all the menial chores are done, what we're going to do is interact with the hotspot that we are exactly by right now. So right on the table here is the legal document. Well, it's a mysterious note first, and then the next one, she wants us to review a legal document for her. Now again, we've seen a couple of these mystery notes so far, and it's so scary. No. Right, so what we're going to say first of all is choose the Imperial Law dialogue option, so nothing would delight me more. Now, to get the Legal Eagle achievement, these special dialogue choices will be available because we've got the Imperial Law background. So, any time that a dialogue option comes up with the Imperial Law dialogue check, it is highly, highly important to check that one. So we'll just interact with the top one, then the second one, then the third and fourth one. But yeah, just make sure to choose any Imperial Law dialogue options. The top one here, and then we will get the achievement later on when we are not interviewing, but accusing a suspect. Vespers Flanders, Vespers Compline, time to eat my broski. But anyway, there should have only been one Imperial Law, actually, to interact with this. So as long as you've done that, we are well on the way to get the legal achievement. Before moving on, head back in and get Rannig's cane. This is very, very important, because this is the piece of evidence that we can use to accuse Ottillia and get that achievement later on. So before moving on and going to find something to eat with someone, make sure to pick up Rannig's broken cane from the right-hand side of the bed, and we are pretty much in Golden Land. So you'll get 4 achievements, by the way. 1 for each accusation. And again, we'll only have enough to accuse 2 people in this playthrough. So what we're going to do then is head left. You can try and do the spinning bee here if you want, but I think we've missed the point. So that's fine. Don't worry about that. Again, we'll get that in playthrough 2. Heading up into the town's common, and we're going to head to the not past Otto and into the church and truckers again. That's what I was trying to do, and that's what I was trying to say. Up into central town, and then what we're actually going to do this time, if we head left, we're not going to be speaking with Lucky because he hates us. We're actually going into the Alban Bakery. again, you can choose whoever you want. It really doesn't matter, but these were the closest. So, yeah, let's have it at our table, bro. Yeah, again, and obviously choose any dialogue options you want. And job done. Eat the crap out of everything. Yum, yum. So, of course, in case you didn't notice, everyone's Christian in here, and it's Domino's have cut their price by £1.50. I want a large pizza. Right, okay, so, what you can do, you can either just go home and go to the Goethe house and go to sleep, or you can sneak into the crypt to go into the library in the Abbey, which is what we're going to do, and it is basically for investigating Matilda. Now, I thought I would have had enough time to investigate Matilda, and I thought I could have gotten 3 achievements for accusing people. Unfortunately, we do not get enough time to investigate Matilda, but you can get another miscellaneous achievement here, which I end up not getting again in this playthrough, because again, it's fine because we have to do this one fully in playthrough 2 anyway. I actually ended up pressing the wrong button. And I'll show you exactly which one I meant. But yeah, so it might be worth, if you want to get the Kiss Zadina achievement, or Zadina, whatever her name is, we're going to head into the crypt. In fact, it's always worth doing this, because once we go all the way to the right-hand side, there's going to be a statue with a cat and a key. Cat and a key. This is the one, investigate. There's no cats on it, it's a baby. And the baby's got the key. And we're going to interact with the key, and that is what is going to unlock us the achievement. That's what I was trying to get at there. Yeah. So, job done with that one. So, what you can do now is head into the library. So, yeah, we've got this far. So, I'll obviously tell you how to get the Kiss Dana achievement if you want to get it now. We're going to enter the library. Or if you'd rather just go to sleep and then just do this on a second playthrough, that's obviously fine as well. But all we got to do is basically, there's a couple of hotspots on each floor. Interact with each hotspot, read everything, and then we can head downstairs and there will be an automatic scene. But you do have to read everything. And to go up the stairs, by the way, again, you have to sort of press up and right or up and left on the left sticky stick. Alright, so I do apologise there. I did make a bit of a meal out of that one, but you have to interact with everything. Oh, hello, Brother Matthew and Rudiger. And so, what are you guys doing? Holy schnish, not schnish. Right, so to get the Kissadena achievement, make sure to choose the bottom option. Alright, I just need to wait for Rudiger and Matthew to leave. Just a little patience. And then what will happen then is the next morning, during sexty time, Sedena will come in, and then you just have to choose a couple of options, which is basically, I was waiting for you. Yeah, I was waiting for you. Where is it? Yeah, you, of course, and then something like that, and then no you. So again, I accidentally pushed the second option here. Yeah, so that is why we're not getting it this time. But if you did wait, like I said, Zedena's going to come in the next morning. She's going to be like, oh, don't lie, you are here for me. Oh, ho, ho. And then you need to say to Zedena, you, of course, then something like that, and then no you, question mark. That will get you the Kiss Zedena achievement. You will be caught by Illuminata at that point. But that will affect your favour later, so obviously be aware of that one. If you want to get it out of the way now, of course, that's fine. If not, then we can, again, get this in a second playthrough. So we're going to have a couple of dream sequences here, and it is literally as easy as just walking down the path. We have to get for the center, so every time we just need to walk left or right, but just keep aiming for the center. You're going to have a couple of dialogue options and stuff, so just keep spamming that A button, boy. And again, I do apologize for the last bit in the library right there. I was trying to explain the Kiss of Dana achievement while the whole thing with Brother Matthew was going on. But yeah, so I do apologise about that, but whichever way you've done it, well, we're here now, aren't we? on. Now, we've gone straight through Nun's work. We're going straight for sexty time, which is all good. I'll take that one. So yeah, obviously we've missed a couple of achievements because we couldn't do the other 2 quests. But again, obviously we'll have to do them anyway for the second playthrough, so we'll just do that. Job done. So the Archdeacon is basically on his way, but we've got a few missable achievements that we're going to grab before we do that. So you can interact and speak with Brother Wojslav. Now, the reason we had dinner with the Alban Baker is because he was talking to us about Wojslav here, old baldy hairy chin, and Matilda getting it on, which of course is forbidden and all that stuff. So just choose whatever dialogue options you want. Anyway, like I said, it is sexty time, and we need to eat with someone. Now, we can actually go... What we're going to do is head all the way to the Abbey, because there is an achievement called Empty-Headed. So we need to join Brother Seb Hat for either lunch or dinner, and we will find him in the cloister hallway in the Abbey. So, get to the Abbey, head into the cloister door, which is all the way on the right, and then just head all the way down until you see dude with long beard standing by himself. Or, of course, go through the church and then the cloister. And here is Seb Hat himself. So, once we speak with him, he's going to ask, do you want to break some bread? And we're going to be like, pew, 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 pew. Yeah, so we're going to interact with him. And there's just going to be, again, a good couple of minutes of just smashing through dialogue. Sharing a meal, bit of Bible story time with Big Sebastian's hat bag. And eventually, we will unlock the empty-headed achievement. Wasn't that fun, boys and girls? I love me some meal and some Bible time. But since that's not happening in this world, we're going to head out. We are now going to get another achievement for being let down the cellar. So interact here with the cloister again. Now, you would have had to have basically been nice to Brother Wojslav. Because he is guarding the cellar in the kitchen. So again, the Archdeacon's waiting for us, but he can wait for us. We've got stuff to do, bro. So keep heading all the way to the right here, into the kitchen and cellar. Now, the first time I tried to speak into Wojslav, he wouldn't let me in. So, once again, I pressed start, went to main menu, and then pressed continue, and it put me right back here. So what we're gonna say is, what am I gonna do? Elope with him, and then say just a few minutes. Basically, as long as you don't say, this ridiculous, because you should have denied that Piero's angry at Lorenzo. Everything, as long as you've done exactly what I've done so far, you should have 2 minutes here, and we will get the achievement for speaking to a wine bottleneck. A potentially wine bottleneck. Anyway, the root of the problem will unlock. So if, for whatever reason, you fail the first bit of dialogue there with Brother Wojslav, again, just back out, continue. So go to the, quit out to the main menu, continue, and then try again. But again, eventually you should, like I said, as long as you've been doing it, following along with what I've been doing, then you shouldn't have any problems getting past Wojslav and getting that achievement. And then the last thing that we're going to do is get the Among Us achievement part 1 out of 3. Now that is actually going to require us to go all the way back to Franz Bauer's farm, so just next to the Gertner's farm. Which I do apologise, I just realised that I should have done this first. Bit backwards, so I do apologise. But anyway, so yeah, let's head all the way back to the left, all the way to the church and Ruckers. And here it is then, Franz Baugenhaugen-Traugen's farm. So you do have to pick incredibly specific options with Brigitte. Remember we seen her skinny dipping earlier? Hi hon, I seen you naked. Anyway, what we are going to do is choose has something happened. So again, very important dialogue options to choose. Has something happened? Then choose I saw him fleeing the Abbey Thursday morning right after Baron was murdered. Next up, you're going to choose you must admit it looks suspicious. So eventually, bottom option, you must admit it looks suspicious. Which, to be fair, it does. Then, next, you need to choose, I just want to understand. So, top option, I just want to understand who might be responsible for the Baron's murder. And then finally, and for what it's worth, I don't think it was Martin. So, the bottom option, and for what it's worth, I don't think it was Martin. So, as long as you've picked those 5 dialogue options, that is the Among Us achievement part 1 out of 3 completed. And then we will be back to do another part later on. So basically, that is for not accusing Martin of murder in front of Brigitte here. So what we can do now is just head all the way back up to the Abbey. So that's fun. Nice bit of running, which I all know you love running. With a pack of Doritos and energy drink in your hand. So, heading into the chapter house then, this is where it begins. Now, providing you're going to have a bit of conversation with Gurno, he's going to be unhappy, so you can literally just choose whatever options you want. But, what you have to do is, unfortunately, you are going to have to replay this part 3 times. So, you're going to have to go through a bit of the dialogue, quite a bit there. The first one is to get the Legal Eagle achievement, which we will interact with the Archdeacon. And then we have to then replay it another 2 times in order to accuse... Who do we go? Lucky and the old woman, Ottillian, or Octopus, whatever her bloody name was. Octopillipon. Anyway, so we're going to have to do this bit 3 times. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. So just keep going, and then for we're just going to speak to Archdeacon Jacob blah blah blah. Okay, so you're going to need to be nice, very nice. So just choose a polite introduction. So the top one or the second one is fine. Andreas, son of whoever, Masterat from Nuremberg. Again, top option, that is honestly fine. And then for the next one, we need to choose, top option again, that one is fine. But for the important choice, yes, your reverence. And now we can choose a fine man, a lover of art and knowledge. So this one's very important. We basically need Jacob in order to pass another dialogue check later. Then we can choose no, your reverence. It's clear that some locals had it out for him. And then next up, we are going to say nothing. You say it best when you say nothing at all. Right, so that's all the pleasantries done. And again, we're going to have to go through this a couple of times. So, well, you know, get used to it. Right. So what we can do first, we're going to interact with the second option called Ottillia Kemperin. Ignore Martin at all costs. He doesn't do anything for any achievements. We're going to choose Ottillia. Now, the reason we're going to do that is because we need to pick another specific bit of dialogue option to get the Legal Eagle achievement. So, blah-de-blah-de-blah. So you can pick anyone you want here. Even a healthy man can be killed, or when I visited the widow's home. I chose the widow's home just because we got the thing. Now, choose the second, the top option, sorry. So, your reference, I would like to bring up a concern with the lease of the Abbey. So, you need to, highly important to make sure to choose that one. That is the one that will get us the Legal Eagle achievement. Next up, choose the bottom option here, the Imperial Law one. If the existing lease allows for the widow to blah 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 blah. And anyway, that'll get you the Legal Eagle achievement. Job done. Now what we can do straight away, unfortunately, because we've sorted that out, we can no longer accuse her of murder. So what we have to do is, like I said, press start, quit out of the main menu. And as you can see, your game was last saved 4 minutes ago, so we can leave game, go to continue. And we have to do that. Not the first bit with Gurno, thank godly. But again, make sure to do all the nice pleasantries. So, nice polite introduction there. That'll get you a +2 persuasion check. Then, the important choice is a fine man, a lover of art. And then the other important choice is say nothing. Okay, so you can do this in any order you want. I went to choose Ottillia there. Ottillia the Hun, just to get her out of the way. But basically, what you're going to do with Lucky here, we've got the note. If you wanted some extra evidence, you would have had to have gone to the spinning bee and asked about the two innocents. But it's okay, because as long as you've got the logician, we can choose that. So as a stonemason, Lucky would have access to any number of tools. And then the bottom option, no, but that does not mean they exist, and as they are Lucky's tools, only he would know if they went missing. So that is enough to incriminate Lucky. But again, I didn't mean to do it in this one. I didn't really want to kill off an old woman who's very angry, and who, you know, after we had a bit of stick fun, she bought us a Xbox Series X and PS5. Anyway, so this is where we're going to accuse Ottillia the Hun. I mean, she was old, lonely, and angry, so she could have gone first. But anyway, now, again, we're going to choose the bottom option. When I visited, I found the stick. Then choose the second woman. Imperial is a good woman, but she has been made hard by. She doesn't really seem to care if people suspect her of murder. And that will do. So now we can choose, I can think of no one else who would have caused to harm. And because we've given her the evidence with the stick, we can now go ahead and, well, the achievement will unlock in the next scene. And there's going to be another couple of dialogues here, and it's basically, we're just going to choose the top option every time. It's just basically about the notes. And if you were nice with Jacob earlier on, you should now have the Persuading Jacob achievement, Gave your name politely, and the Imperial Law background. That should be as golden as nuggets, so that is an easy success. But there, Art of Persuasion, so if you have been able to, you should get the 5 dialogue checks now. If not, and there we go. So now we can actually implicate one of the two. And again, you can't, sadly, you can't implicate one and the other. You can only do one at a time. So we're just going to go with Ottillia first. And again, like I said, the achievement for getting her will unlock in the next scene when she's about to be hanged. But yeah, with the dialogue checks, if you didn't get it yet, don't worry. Plenty of opportunities left in the game. I mean, we're only 2 hours in. And here we go then, as soon as the achievement unlocks, we can now back out to the main menu, and we do have to do that whole thing again, so a lot of talking. Remember, any polite introduction, which would be the top option. Hello, my name is Andreas Maler, I'm from Nuremberg. And then a fine man, a lover of art, and then say nothing, and then we're going to implicate Lucky this time. And again, just like I showed you earlier, you just need to choose the Logician, or the Logician answers, the Logician dialogue checks, and that'll be enough to implicate the bald-headed massive man. So many dialogue options here, you can just choose the top option and watch Lucky's extremely unfortunate but very quick death. But I tell you what, if you shared a meal with me, mate, then I would have gotten Ottillia off for second. But, well, that's what happens when you don't share food with Joey. Well, now, that was a bit of an unfortunate way to go. One slice of the head. Beautiful. Right. So, you'll get another achievement there for ending Act 1 out of the Abbot's favour. So when we do Good Graces and the Grave Matters achievements in the next playthrough, you will get the opposite playthrough for being in the Abbot's favour. But this is basically the end of Act 1, only 2 hours and almost 20 in. Fantastic. So just keep spamming through the dialogue here with Brother Piero, and then Act 2 will start. And then we will end up looking like the Burger King King. You'll see exactly what I mean now. Yes, it is me, the Burger King Whopper. I am here to declare Burger King's first ever Burger King joint. Yeah. Anyway, this is our little apprentice Casper, the friendly ghost. But anyway, obviously this is 7 years later now, so Brother Piero's wine neck bottle is... he's gone. And to be fair, after being banned forever, we are now good to go. So you can pick a background, any background you want. Poland, England, France, or Aragon. Or how about some Tarragon? Again, it doesn't matter what you choose, they just talk about cultural references from different places in England and France and Poland, etc. So, depending on if you've been following the guide so far, we will be out of the Abbey's favour and we will be in the Golden Hand Inn, which we didn't see in the first act, but there's a hotel now, a little hotel thing. Later on, we will be in the guest house in the Lower Abbey. But again, just keep spamming through the dialogue for the time being. Right, so I thought it was nighttime, sorry, but it's not nighttime. What we are going to do, though, is... going to get a couple of achievements here. So first up, we're going to go ahead and speak to Hanna. Hi, Hanna. And then what you need to say here is, it's been wonderful, Hanna. Thank you very much. So basically, this is for a persuasion check a lot later in the act with Hanna. So we're going to be nice to her. And then to get an achievement called the Room Service Achievement, we're going to head down the steps... head to the left, and what you're going to find is little boy sweeping. We're not going to talk to little boy or Killian and Babeh. We're going to talk to Niko. Niko Rosberg. And then what you need to say is, not quite the comfort I'm accustomed to. So bottom option, not quite the comfort I'm accustomed to. And that will get us the room service achievement. So lovely. And then you can pick whichever option you want. That is all good. Once we have that then, and Niko's a lot bigger than us, he could eat our big Burger King Whopper head for breakfast. So we're going to head outside. We got another couple of roses and things that we can smell. There's going to be 2 in the meadow here. The wildflowers and the thyme. And we're also going to have a big conversation here with new Otto and new Martin. Now, it doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter what options you pick. Pick whatever you want with this one. So, good to see everyone's still the same, except babies are popping out of everywhere. So there's the sink with foil. In fact, that is one we've already done. So we can just interact with the one just outside the Golden Hand Inn, and then we can head to the left of the Church and Druckers. We're now just heading left to the Drucker House to speak to Santa Claus. After this bit again. And once again, you can choose any dialogue option you want, so keep blasting through the top one if desired. No important choices? Nyah. Oh boy, it hasn't been a good 7 years for Santa Claus, has it? Apart from his little daughter. So, go left into the town commons. Now we can actually go ahead and get the Matchmaker achievement. Well, after this part. So again, a lot of dialogue is going to happen here. What you're going to notice is there's a lot of dialogue happening in Chapter 2. And then in Act 3, Jesus Christ, that's all you're doing. Your thumb's going to get muscles on him, mate, in Act 3. So I've just been smashing through the top dialogue options, and we do end up getting another dialogue check to successfully success. So if this is good, well, that's just an extra one if you need it. Wow, supper sounds super. So what you can do, like I said, if you go and speak to Andreas, obviously I don't because I missed the first one, so if you've done everything in Act 1, go ahead, speak to Andreas, and then say, really not a single person's caught your eye. Hold on, you need to go back to Innsbruck. Any choice for the third one, and then basically the top choice. Basically, you're just saying that marriage and relationships is good. Otherwise, what we're doing here, we're just going to go to the farm right here, to the right. And we're going to speak to Martin. And now what we need to say is, this bit is fine. You can choose whatever option you prefer. But this is the Among Us Achievement Part 2. So, what you need to do is, we need to be sure to select, it's good that you did for everyone's sake. It basically comes up at the end. So next up then is the important choice. Remember to say, top option, it's good that you did for everyone's sake. And that will be the +2 to accuse Martin check. So that is highly important for later on. And then you can just choose whichever one you want. And then until then. Right. Now we need to go ahead and speak to Martin's wife, which is Brigitte, who should be just on the left here, sweeping and not skinny dipping, which is a shame. Just joking. But anyway, what you need to choose is, hello Brigitte, that's fine, how are you? Top option here, it looks like things are going well for you. Martin returned after all, so this is the important choice here. Top option. Or, you can choose, yes, looks like he turned up after all as they appear. So that's fine, but we chose the top option, that's fine. That's wonderful to hear. I'm happy for you. And that is all we need. So that is the Among Us achievement part 2 done. So what we can do now is just head back to the Gertner family and head for some Gertner Gurt to eat some Gertner Gurt with some Gertner Gurts. Now is the time to compline in sleep mode. So that's where we're going to go. So we're going to go all the way to the right into the Golden Hand Inn. Now, obviously, what you'll probably see sometimes, even though I don't say anything, you will see options that come up and it'll say this will be remembered later. Just look at Rendress, which is not there. If I don't say anything and it'll say this will be remembered later, again, don't worry, those options do not matter. Only when I say that specific options matter, that is when they will matter. So don't panic your beautiful little hair dogs about it. And go ahead and speak to the absolute nutbag again. Although if she's been locked in the same part of the church for 7 years, yeah, in all fairness, I'd lose my mind too.
Ooh, we're gonna go and meet Illuminati at the Library. And that is what we will do. Eventually. Mysterious note. So again, dialogues, whatever it is for time being. So even though we were completely banished 7 years ago, we can actually just still head back up to the Abbey. So, job's done. So, head all the way up. There is another bit of flowers right there, so make sure to interact with those flowers. And then we can head up to the lower Abbey. What we're going to do before we go to the library, what we're going to do is head up and basically go into the kitchen and cellar. There's an achievement called Fateful Sausage, which all has to do with cats and a sausage, apparently. So, we're going to head into the cloister. Cloister moister. Moister cloister. Moister than a cloister. Hit all the way... I'm so sorry. Everyone hates the word moist, don't they? Hilariously. Hit all the way right here to go into the kitchen and the cellar. Go all the way to the right. This time we don't have to interact with Wojslav and, you know, do all that business. We can head straight in. And what you're going to see, if you head to the left, you're going to see a cat in here. When this scene is over... Go and interact with the sausage, which is on our left. The hotspot, you should see it. And as long as you fed the cat, that is a Fateful Sausage Part 1 done. There we go, cute little cats, although cats stink for me because I am allergic to them. Extremely allergic, actually, so that's why cats suck. But I'm just joking, everyone loves cats, and again, I keep getting shouted at for saying that. Sorry. So what we're going to do then, we are going to head, we need to go to the scriptorium now. So we can go actually through the dormitory right here, head to the right. To the right, go into the old Burley. And we can enter the scriptorium and speak with Zdena, or Zdena. Now, you can choose any dialogue options that you want here. If you manage to get the, if you did do the Kiss Zdena achievement, like I told you, if you wanted to do the first time around, you will obviously get different dialogue options to me, and it was all about that time where basically she ended up getting pregnant. So, Andreas, 2 minutes super sperm lad, this guy. Anyway. Choose whatever dialogue options that you want, and then we will be able to go into the library this time.
So just like the first time we came sneaking through here and potentially got someone pregnant, we just need to interact with all of the hotspots on each level. I think there's 2 on each level. So just interact with each one and then go back down and speak to Illuminati Dominoes. So you're allowed a book to take. That's nice. You can pick any one you want. Literally doesn't matter. We're just going to give it to Santa Claus's daughter. The third option is a romance one, which Claus will be very happy with if you want. The first one is Latin, and he's a bit confused because she's only 2 years old and she doesn't speak English yet, let alone Latin. Yes, everyone's favourite time of day. Sexty time, baby. So we're going to head out, go to the lower abbey, head all the way left, and go into the Drucker's household. Mother Drucker. Oh boy, that just kept going, huh? Yeah, it's a long conversation. So, a little bit of work to do. Now, basically, since we got banned, there's only one thing to do, and that is to head left, go into the town's commons, and, yeah, just have a little bit of conversation. Right, time to meet the abbot for some super supper. And you know it's going to be super, because, oh, they're all high and mighty, aren't they, the Christians? They're like, oh, well, we want to talk to you about Mr. Jeebus Christ, but we don't want to actually give you money to help you stop being poor. Hey, that's ironic. That's still happening today. Anyway, what you're going to do is head up to the abbey, and then lower abbey, and then turn right here to go into the abbot's house. And just have one long conversation again. And again, dialogue options do not matter. Make whatever choices you want. I mean, talking about the rich stuff, God, I tell you, you're rich if you're on OnlyFans, ain't you? You could literally be... In fact, I'm going to test it. I'm going to put a potato, give it some legs, and put it in various positions, and see how much money I can make off that. I think that's a very good idea. Take sexy pictures of a potato, see how much I get. I'll be making a mint, mate. Nobody steal my idea. Leave the potatoes alone. I'm not going to be touching the potatoes, not like that. Just put it in various sexy poses, and I can guarantee I will make lots of money from sexy potato poses. That's happening. Right, heading all the way to the left into the town commons. Now, there is only one other person apart from Casper that we need to speak to here. Now, I ended up speaking to Ottillia. It does say you can go ahead and speak to all the NPCs if you want, but that's obviously going to eat up a lot of time, and time's not really on our side, is it? Especially if we're going to be doing, you know, some potato OnlyFans posing and stuff. So after we speak to the incredulous old woman here, you can speak to Casper. In fact, if you speak to Casper, that will progress the story on. But we do have to speak to Carl as well. Carl is just the only other important NPC that we need to speak to. So choose what options you want here with Caspar. And then when that's done, head to the left. So as you can see there, top right corner, it now says you can go to bed if you wish. But we're going to speak to Carl just by the bonfire here. Now this is going to help with a big persuasion check later on. So choose the top option there. It's a fine setup, Carl. So it's a fine setup, Carl. Now we're going to be choosing, now this is a well-raised kid. So the bottom option, now this is a well-raised kid. And for the final important choice one is, but your dad keeps the trouble away, yes? So that is the top option. So the three important choices here were, it's a fine setup, Carl. Now this is a well-raised kid. And, but your dad keeps the trouble away. Anything else, you can just pick the top option every time. So after that, we are now going to be good to just basically head all the way back to the Golden Hand Inn and take a little nap. Put down your Burger King crown, boy. It's time to get me a Big Mac. Oh my god, wrong restaurant. It's a dream time. So this time then, all you got to do then is simply follow the path around. Looks a little bit more complicated, but just go up here and just keep following the path all the way around until we get to the center. And of course, more dialogue's going to happen. Depressing times, of course. So you'll find out anyway, but when he's speaking to his son, August, he basically died of the plague. Because, you know, he says, well, you can't help the plague, can you? Which, to be fair, as sad as it is, he couldn't. Right, so we need to find Casper now. He hasn't come home yet. Oh, who's he hooking up with, dog? Or is he just drunk on his own? So what we're going to do, from here, we're going to go to the right. You can either go to the left or right. Either way, we go into the forest. So, there it is. Head to the woods in our Payim-yams. Pajimity bam bams. And if we head to the right slightly, go to the Shrine of Saint Sacia. And Casper is going to appear there. Now, this is another important choice, though. Another important dialogue choice that you have to pick with Casper. And it's the bottom option. Casper, what the hell are you still doing up? So it's the bottom option. Casper, what the hell are you doing up? It always seems like the nicest choice you want to pick. Casper, thank God I was so worried. But that will actually give you -2 Casper persuasion check at the end of the act. So that's why we had to say that one. Anyway, bad stuff's going to happen. We're going for a run again. Murder number 2. Man, Burger King's not having a good time, is he? Ah, man, not Otto, bro. Otto was a bro. Anyway, this next part's all automatic as we try to get over the grief of Otto Man's untimely death. Now, I said we're only doing 1.5 playthroughs. Basically, there are 3 people that we can accuse this time, but we can do everything just about enough to accuse all 3 suspects in this single act, which is good. So, like I said, we only have to do 1.5 playthroughs to get the one sort of random achievement that is tied to everything, which we won't be able to get. But apart from that, we can accuse all 3, so we don't have to do the full act. Right, so, on to Otto's murder then. But what we're going to be doing first is getting an achievement called the Cornish Patient. So what we need to do is head back into the Abbey, and we need to go into the church, down the crypt, and up to the library. So, as you can see, Brother A2 on the left-hand side of us, who was just leaning up against the bookcase going, I assume he's going, because that's how old people sound, right? So, anyway, you're going to speak to him, and then we are going to go up the floor once and speak to Brother Florian as well. So make sure to speak to A2 and Florian, who looks like the kind of guy that goes, "Would you like some strawberries?" Yeah, bruh, in all fairness, I'd say that was pretty distressing too. Man, the guy's like 150 years old. He is Mr. Burns' age right here, trying to run away from people who want to stab him with a pitchfork. Ugh. Right, so, let's get the hell out of here. What we do need to do now is go to the convent garden, which is, of course, on the left-hand side, basically the outskirts there of the Upper Abbey. So, head out of here and then head left out of the church. And here we are then in the beautiful convent garden. So we're going to go ahead and speak to Sister Gertrude. Now, if you have a look, there's another flower right there. I think we've already collected that one. That's not a different one. So go to the right here. You can tell which one Sister Gertrude is because she is THICC. Man, she is thick. And that's the way we like it. There she is. So basically, we're going to talk to her. She's going to point. She's going to speak with us and ask us to grab some yellow gentian, which we can find at the waterfall. So that is what we will do. I wouldn't normally do it, but, you know, achievements must and all. Especially for one as confusing as this bloody game. So head to the Upper Abbey. Which is obviously pointing down, just in case you get confused, like I did a lot. We're going to head out to the Lower Abbey. Out again, so go left and back through to the meadow. We're basically heading to the forest, which will be right here. So heading to the forest. And what you need to do now is head all the way right to see the waterfall. There it is, the waterfall. The yellow gentian is going to be right, not this one. Not this one, quite close, but just keep heading to the right, and there they are then. So what you'll get is the yellow gentian, plus you should also now get the Smell the Roses achievement as well. If you don't have it yet, there are some more flowers in Act 3. 2 or 3 extra ones, I think, in Act 3 to grab. Plus, there is more in this chapter, so don't worry if you don't have it just yet. Right, so what we can do now is go back all the way up to the convent garden, up the abbey, to give them to Sister Gertrude. Okay then, so evidently we've got to pass the time. Can't we just hang out with you nuns? You nuns looking good to hang out with, huh? No? We're not allowed? Right, well, then. We'll go and get some more bloody achievements then. So what we're going to do is head out of the abbey, and we are going to go hunting with Lenhardt, the absolute douche nozzle. The biggest douche nozzle, even bigger than the abbeys. The fathers and whatever in you. But we find him in the mill, so head left here, and the mill is right here, so up you get. There is Paul. Remember, we told him to keep drawing in the first act. So go into the house, go ahead to the left and speak to Muller. There's another pet there. If you didn't get the pet achievements, there's another one right there you can grab. Otherwise, speak to Lenhardt. Make whatever dialogue options you wish, but when he does ask you to go hunting, we are going to say, yes, let's go hunting. There's 2 achievements that we can grab, plus something about Martin. A bit of evidence about Martin we can accuse him with. So as you've seen, I've just been picking the top option, which is fine. So what we need to do first is you can either shoot him or not shoot him. Reload the save and then do the opposite. So because I don't like hunting deer, they are chilled creatures. What you need to do when the crossbow is flashing, move it up a bit, press the A button to shoot him, And that will get inside of the deer. The achievement will unlock the deer hunter. So I press start immediately just in case it did save. And then we quit out, press continue, and we just need to do that little bit of talking again. Only this time, what you need to do is not shoot the deer at all. So obviously, if you didn't shoot the deer just now, make sure that you shoot him to get both of the achievements there. And that'll get you the deer hunter and the Hand of Mercy achievement. So again, you just see me shoot the deer. That got me the deer hunter achievement. This time, just do not press the A button or anything. Lenhardt will still kill the deer, evidently, and a bit of a... If you're not really into animal death and stuff, quite a bit of graphic scene, including a knife and a deer. You probably know where I'm going with that. Happens. But you get the Hand of Mercy achievement, so aren't you the lucky one? Nice little fun activity there with your best pal, Lenhardt. So, well, at least that's done. We'll leave the deer to just sort of hang around right there, is it? No, sorry. No, that was terrible. Right then, a bit of Vespers. It's Vespers time. But we're not actually doing any Vespers time just yet. What we're going to do now is finish off the Cornish Patient achievement. So, again, so obviously what we're going to do is head to the Abbey. Now, what I hate but also like about these achievements are you will do an achievement and then when they say come back later, because you've got all this other stuff going on, it is so easy to just forget. Like, genuinely, I almost forgot about this Cornish Patient achievement. That's why there was a bit of an edit there, because I went around and started doing other stuff and then was like, oh, crap, bro. So you interact there with the shrine for the first time, and I think the last. Go ahead, speak to Sister Gertrude, and she will whip us up a whole batch of flowery deliciousness. So from here then, just go straight back into the church. Now if you noticed, I've been doing a lot of Michael Jackson back moonwalks there. Get a little bit of Andreas moonwalking. Obviously head back into the crypt because we can't get into the library. Head up to the crypt. Speak to brother. Hey Doc, what's up Doc? And then the Cornish Patient achievement will unlock. And now we can just move on and Yum Yum Deliciousness. So, there you go. If you could stop running, Adoc, and, you know, getting yourself into all kinds of trouble, and being distressed about stuff, then, you know, I won't have to do this errand for you every bloody time. Anyway, ba-ding-a-ding. Oh, by the way, the rare achievement sounds in this game, beautiful, because not a lot of people have unlocked them. Hopefully they do if they follow my guide. I would like 300,000 views on this guide, please, because I've worked my ass off on it. Love me! Anyway, what we can do from here, we are now just going to head to the left and head out to the Upper Abbey. And of course, it is either Sexty time or Vesper time, but basically what's going to happen, we're just going to go to the Golden Hand Inn now for a nice meal with Niko and them lot. Oh, and would you look at that, after a nice big meal of rye bread and pottage and stuff, well, let's go take a little nappy nap, shall we? Good idea. Go to bed. Wow! Everyone's seeming a bit upset. Right, we've got an important choice to make here. When the dialogue option comes up, choose the second option, where it says Peter seems upset. Choosing the top option, like I accidentally do, gives you -2 for favour with Casper at the end of the chapter. So, choose the second option, and then once again, just blast through all the dialogue as Poi Yoish. Oh boy, I'd hate to be a peasant in 16th century Bavaria right now. Or wherever the hell we are, tassing. So, things are getting bad to worse, and we've got, like I said, the final hours the soldiers are approaching. So, as we wake up, we are going to immediately talk to Niko. And I tell you what, we are going to come up to one of the most annoying achievements. But I'll let you know in just a minute. So, we're going to say basically the top option, and Niko's going to suggest something like, get everyone a beer, and everyone will talk to you. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So choose why not, it's worth trying. Let's get everyone pierced. Because why not? Apparently we're rich enough. Once again, two important choices that we are going to make here. First up, we are going to choose the top option. Otto was a good man. He was a good man. He is now a dead man. Now choose the bottom option. He was a fine carpenter, like his father before him. And that is going to come in handy. Just for a persuasion check later on. And then just choose the top option. Job done. So after this bit then, now, how do you all feel about random card games and things were a bit randomly generated, huh? Me too. I absolutely despise the absolute... Let me just say, I would rather catch gonorrhea than do achievements in games like this. But since we're in it, we're all gonorrhea free, hopefully, and we have to do this. So, there are two achievements that we're going to get here. In terms of the dialogue, just slam through it all. But basically, what we have to do is beat all three of these people at, what the hell is this called? Landschnecht. Basically snap, okay? So basically, you put a bet in, and the next card comes up, and you deal a card, and if it's the same card, you win the money. Simple as. But there is a massive reason why we have done the Rapscallion background and the Logician background. One, we can cheat our way to win this one, so instead of wasting like 3, 4, maybe 5 hours on this, and hopefully you win, we'll be able to do this. It's still going to take roughly about half hour. It is going to take around half an hour, okay? So this first bit here, this is just Samuel at the top. He's just going to be explaining what it is. But yeah, so because we've got Rapscallion and Logician, we can cheat our way. And what you can also see as well... Oh, sorry, I went a bit quick there. So what you'll see in the next one is... it'll say bet, stay, fold. And on the top, if you've got the Logician one... it'll tell you what your percentage is. As you can see, 29%. So that basically means it's highly unlikely that we're going to get the next card. Obviously, the higher the percentage, obviously, the better the chance that the next card will be whatever ours is. So that's basically what it is. So a couple of people will deal. They'll put 3 cards in. Everyone takes a bet. 1 card goes onto the pile, and another 3 moves away. So as you can see, because the guy on the left there, Hans, got number 1, number 1 popped up. He would have won if they were playing for real. But here is the trick that we are going to do then. So, Samuel is going to start the decking, or the whatevering. Now, the easiest way that we're going to do this is we're going to fold. So, anytime that we are not dealing, we are just going to fold. Yes, somebody else is going to obviously win. And it'll seem slightly kind of impossible first, but trust me, there is a reason for my absolute madness. Because there's no other real way to sort of cheat this. There's no other way to make it go quicker. There's no other way. Literally, this is the fastest way. And again, this still took around half an hour of doing. So Samuel wins the first one there. Right, happy days. And because it's so randomly generated, honestly, this done my absolute nutter butter titty nipple twister. It just completely done my head in. So, we've got a 3. Now, of course, if you've got a high percentage, you may think, okay, I'll chuck a bet in. Sometimes it'll work in your favour, and you do get some. But obviously, you know, have a look if your percentage is sort of 50, 60%, just doing that way. Otherwise, like I said, anytime we're not going to... anytime it's not our turn to deliver the cards, like I said, we are going to be folding. So at the minute, obviously, you're looking at Samuel and you're going, oof, okay, he's sort of getting away a bit. But there is a reason for this. So when we eventually do this, there we go. So Samuel wins. Now it's going to be our turn. Okay, so we're going to say continue. Obviously, always continue. Now, Samuel is going to basically look at us. There we go. So as soon as he looks to the left, choose the cheat option. There we go. So as soon as he looks to the left, choose the cheat option. So what's going to happen is we just need to wait for the pot to fill up. And then basically we're then able to cheat and put the cards together. Put our cards together. The problem is, though, because it is randomly generated, as you can see now, we've got 82%. So pop that one in. I don't know if it's the same every time, but again, make sure Samuel looks away, and then we can cheat to win. I'm not sure if it's the same every time where all the other three guys just got one, and you have to basically do it. But that is basically what we're going to do. So sometimes, like I said, if the percentage is good and you want to put a bet in, sometimes it'll be good for you. Otherwise, for the majority, when it is our turn, like it is now, we're going to cheat our way. Now, what I found is, I tried going until the pot was completely full. That didn't work, because obviously one of the other guys won, and then that just completely pissed off. If that does happen, by the way, and you end up not winning, obviously just quit out of the main menu, press start, quit to main menu, and continue. You'll have to do the first bit of dialogue again in the bar, but that's fine. So what I suggest is, get into about 20 to maybe 22 coins there in the middle. Don't try and go any further than that, because I tried getting up to 30. I tried going all the way, and somebody else ended up winning, and I ended up losing my head. So get to about 22 here, wait until Samuel looks away, and then deal the win. That is sort of the best advice that I can give. It's a tricky one. It's a very tricky one. And even this guy on the right, he had about 50 coins, and I had about 18 left. So even if that's the case, just keep at it. Just keep going until the pot is, again, at around 20, and then deal the win to cheat. And then eventually, again, this took around literally about half hour. And this is the only part of the video that I have edited down. The rest of it is all good. But it's not worth me just watching it there for half an hour. So anyway, that will do it. As soon as the achievement unlocks, we can now quit out. High roller, there we go, win everyone's money. Now, the reason I've done that one first is basically, if you do take everyone's money, that gives you a -2 penalty for the final persuasion check involving Casper. So that's why we've won everything first, and now we're going to go back. Again, like I said, we have to do this whole bloody spiel again. But now we're going to lose, which is obviously easier, but it does take around 10 minutes. So, yeah. But hopefully, that is, as I said, the best advice that I can give you for that game. Hopefully, you sort of get used to it quite quickly. Yeah, again, it took me quite a while, just because I knew how to cheat and everything, and, you know, with the rapscallion background and everything, but I kept trying my luck, and it wasn't working. So that's why I say, when it's your turn to deal, and the pot gets to around 18, 20, maybe 22, then cheat to win. Because if you keep going, somebody else is going to win, and then you are going to be all pissed off. So remember, Otto was a good man, and he was a fine carpenter. Obviously, those two are very important. The last one, we can just choose the top option. To Otto, the greatest bus driver Springfield ever had. Hey, Otto man. Right. So, like I said, now we are going to lose, and as a lot easier as this is, it's still going to take roughly about 10 minutes, obviously, which I won't show you. So, yes, you do need to speak to Samuel. Yes, you do need to go through the whole tutorial of how to play it again. So this time then, the easiest way that I found to, or the quickest and easiest way I found was to put one bet in, maybe two if you're feeling brave enough, and then just fold straight away. So again, if we're doing it this way, it's going to take a couple of minutes, but if you're feeling brave and you see the percentage there on top, as long as you've got the Logician background, you can brave it. Again, sometimes I tried doing it the first time, and I ended up winning 2 in a row. It wasn't that many coins, but it put me up to like 30, and I thought, oh, you son of a monkey balls. So, yeah, that's what I do. So, bet once or twice, then fold, and then just keep doing that until you've got no coins, and you are out of there! And also, the other reason, of course, apart from the achievements that we're doing this, is Samuel leaked some very good information about one of our accusees, Hanna. So, a little bit of gossip there with Hanna, which is exactly what we needed as well. So that is why, apart from the achievements, we get that for accusing Hanna later on. So, with that one, Andreas, we are all done, pal. So again, all in all, that may take you roughly 40 to 50 minutes. It's a pain. And again, we'd probably all rather catch gonorrhea than do these achievements consistently, because card games suck in games. But hey, at least we're all gonorrhea free and we've got the 2 achievements. So now we can crack on. Right, so back in the bar then, we're going to talk to Barbara here on the table. Now, you do have to be sure to select this bit of following dialogue. So, bottom option, in truth, the drinks are to honour our dear friend who recently passed away. And then, for the time being, just pick whatever option you want. Next choice, we're going to choose Little Boys Can Be Frustrating. And this applies to all kids. Little kids can be frustrating and annoying, but oh so lovable. Next up, you're going to choose, of course, hopefully you won't have to wait that long. That's the next important choice that we need to choose. Oh, got a bit of juice right at the end of that one. There it is. So, of course, hopefully you won't have to wait long. Okay, I've got my man voice back now. And then finally, we're going to say, I'm trying to figure out if someone in town is a big murderer. There's been a murder. And now we have to speak to more people. So go upstairs and speak with Werner Stolz. Remember who you headbutted earlier on? Hilariously. Burger King's back, boys. So, yeah, this scene does go on for a while. I will let you know. We only need to choose 3 specific options. So I will let you know when they pop around. For now, you can just keep popping off and choosing the top option, if so. And the first choice is coming up here. It's going to be the bottom option, and it's I'm only an artist. So I'm only an artist. I appreciate your consideration, but I don't think my opinion is worth much. And then from here, just choose what you want, and I will tell you the next important choice. Next. And here is the next one. That's right, it's the top option, that's right. Dr. Stalls and his neighbour were the first people onto the scene. And last one is coming up. Top one, as he arrived on the scene, Dr. Stalls saw a suspicious figure lurking in the darkness. Sorry, that was just me. I was just checking on y'all. Y'all. And now choose whatever you want, because we are done for the important choices. Oh, Hanna, you stupid. So, choosing those options is going to help us with Werner now. We're going to pass an automatic persuasion check, where Werner will now eventually bring something interesting up about Martin. So we've got the Imperial Law background, broke Werner's nose. Somehow that works in our favour. Anyway, he's bringing something very interesting up about Martin, as long as you pass the check, which, if you've been following the guide, ye should have. Well, there's only one way to find out. Fight! And that's what we are doing. So, for an achievement here, make sure to choose Start Punching. And we're going to get right in there. And then Samuel, big munchy, big bag Samuel's going to come out. And we need to choose a specific option. Because we got the Rapscallion background, this is possible. If you didn't pick the Rapscallion background, you will miss this achievement and you have to play all the way through the game again. That is a hell of a punch. But make sure to choose throw a sucker punch. The bottom option, throw a sucker punch. If you choose to just throw a regular punch, it won't work. If you throw a sucker punch, we get knocked the flub out, son. I mean, bro, if Ronald McDonald is that hard, then Burger King will just quit. Damn. Give me them salts, boy. Alright then, so before getting something good to eat, go back inside the Golden Hand Inn. This is very important. Speak to Joshua here on the bench. And then we're just going to crack on. And basically, what he's going to say is more interesting stuff about Martin. So this is because we chose those specific options when we were talking to Joseph and Barbara earlier. This is why he is basically helping us out. So, cheers, broski. But again, make sure to... Well, here we go then. We should have got everything we said. That'll help us out. So, as long as you've done all that, we are golden as nuggets. And this is where then we are going to be unlocking the Among Us achievement. So, back to Church and Druckers. What we're going to do now is obviously head to said farm. So just trying to do a bit of moonwalking, because why not? So head down to Martin Bauer's farm. And what we're going to do, we're going to speak to Martin himself first. In fact, no, we're going to go ahead and speak to Brigitte, sorry. So go ahead, speak to Brigitte, and then choose the option. It seems like he's a changed man. So it seems like he's a changed man. So the top option, it seems like he came back from his travels, a changed man. And she's basically going to agree and be like, actually, yeah, I don't know what the hell. Choose any options from here on out because the achievement is pretty much ours. So that is how you get the Among Us achievement. We just had to speak to Brigitte a couple of times. Doing all that should have given us a persuasion for Brigitte. And there is the Among Us achievement. Job done. So, now what we're going to do, we actually need to confront Martin himself. So everyone knows that Martin's not Martin, but does Martin know that Martin's Martin? Or does Martin know that Fartin Martin came around and farted the Marted? Walmarted farted. Anyway. Sorry, just yammering on there. Late at night, losing my mind. Been recording this for hours now. So, let's go and speak to Fartin Martin. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. There are plenty of Martins in the world. Right, so what we need to do is, well, you can choose any options that you want here. Basically, so as long as we chose all the correct dialogue choices with him earlier on in Act 2 and passed all the persuasion checks with Werner, Joshua, and Brigitte, then we can just simply now exhaust all the available dialogue options as they appear. So you can just keep choosing the top option if you want. And eventually, the persuasion meter will appear. And it should be enough then for him to say, actually, that's right, mate. Well, isn't that a bit of interesting time? Now, this basically confirms that obviously Martin's not Martin, so, well, we can accuse him later on of said murder. But for now, what we're going to do, we're going to head up the mill, and we're going to go and have something to eat with the annoyance of Lenhardt, or whatever his name is. So go ahead, speak to him, and again, just choose any dialogue option, eat what you want, and, enjoy. Absolute grumble. So, once we've eaten with him and we've left the abusive household, don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him soon enough. Right, we're going to head to the meadow. We're going to head now down to the forest. We're going to go on to the next one now, called go to the forest. The Proprietress. That's what I'm trying to get at. Now go to the Shrine of Saint Sacia. And now if you go all the way to the right, you can see a new hotspot has interacted. So interact with it. Basically, Casper's going to say something like, do you want to see where this goes? Just keep clicking until we can say, let's get going. So this is basically now the third quest out of 4. So the next one does have a missable achievement, which we won't have enough time to get. Because annoyingly, you needed to, I'm pretty sure you needed to do this one to get the extra proof that we can accuse Hanna. And then the last quest will be enough then to accuse Brother Guy. So that's why we've had to do it in this order, just so we can accuse all 3 at once and not have to do the whole act again. Anyway, once we are here then, we're just going to interact with every hotspot, leaving the clothes for last. So don't interact there with the clothes, as you can see just by the hole. Do not interact with them just yet. We're going to interact with everything else around the area. Right, another important dialogue option coming up here. Make sure to choose the second option. Yes, that's what I said. That's why I wanted you to get a rope. Again, you might think you want to be nice and say, the important thing is that you aren't hurt, but that actually gives a -2 a Casper Persuasion check at the end of the act. So, yeah, that's why we said the second option. So what we're going to do is head to the left and then head back to the right, and Casper will sort us out a light. Cheers, bruh. Right, so this may seem like it may be a little bit complicated, but it's actually not. So we're going to head left. We're going to go into the lower aqueduct. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go to the left again and just examine the collapsed tunnel at the far west end here. You can choose to allow Casper to investigate the area ahead, but he won't come back with anything. So it's pretty much not worth sending him out. So just say, nope, you're all good, Casper, don't worry about it. He's going to come back empty-handed. And then after that, what we can do is head all the way to the right and then enter the tunnel that leads to the Roman ruins. So ignore this bit, there's no point doing this. Sorry. So now we are heading right, as I said, and like I said, we're going to enter the tunnel that leads to the exit to the Roman ruins here. So basically the first cave that we come across, nip in, and then go to the right a little bit and just examine the collapsed rubble here. Once that's done, we can now head back out. So go to the left and head back out. So what we're going to do, we're just going to make our way all the way to the right. We're going to eventually jump across a gap and then continue going right where we can reach the other side and we can enter the upper aqueduct convent. So it's basically, you can't miss it. It's literally just one path all the way to the right. See, I told you can't get lost now. Right, so head right and we're going to enter the first tunnel that we see, which is this one. So head inside this little bit of cavey cave. And then what you're going to do is obviously head up the stairs. And after this scene right here, what we're going to do is we are going to obtain a fire poker, which actually does come in handy. Cheers, Casper, you friendly ghost-looking ting you. So, what we're going to do then, we're basically going to head back down. Oh, in fact, we can, now if you want, we can keep going right. Basically, we're going to reach the upper aqueduct crypt. But there's another new room that we can enter here that does lead up to a secret entrance, but we won't be able to leave this way for now, which is a pain. So once we get in here, as you can see, we're going to head up the steps. And there's going to be no way for us to get through, which is a shame, because there's a big fat guy in the way, sleeping. Kind of looks like me, but with a lot more hair and a lot more beard hair. So basically, after all this anyway, what we can do, we can just we'll just head all the way back left, back to the lower aqueduct, and then we'll return to the small room with the collapsed rubble that we were in earlier on. And then you interact with the rubble, watch the scenes, and then we can regain control of the Roman ruins near the mill after something fishy and something disgusting going on. So basically, head all the way back left for now. Job. Oh, what a surprise. Lenhardt getting his crusty wang in places it shouldn't. Man, broski needs a bloody wash, mate. Anyway, that's pretty much enough now to get rid of Hanna, accuse Hanna, more or less. Now, you think it's time to go and do stuff, but no, not yet. We've got a few more things left to do before we interact with everything and get things going. So we're going to interact with Killian and Babeh here. This is before he was a famous PSG footballer. So choose the top option. Have you noticed her doing anything? Basically, anyway, after this, he's just going to give us a note. That's what I'm waiting for. Sorry. So, next of all, we're going to go to the left and speak to Niko. So, we need to pry evidence regarding Hanna's hidden beef with said victim. So, what we need to say then, we basically need to play bad cop. So, you need to say, you know she's flubbing the miller. You know she is doing the gonorrhea dance with the miller. And then say, pathetic. Pathetic. Again, we're playing bad cop. We need to say this, because now, and you can just choose what you want. Top option, that's all good. But basically what he's going to do now is start saying what the beef was. Now, this is kind of like the impossible. We can go upstairs and try to accuse Hanna directly. But this is, well, the few times I've played this bit and, you know, tried to make different choices, I failed. Excuse me, I failed every single time. So, it doesn't matter, though. If you can't win a persuasion against Hanna here, literally doesn't matter. We've got enough evidence in order to accuse her, so that's all good. You can say, I know you're cheating on your husband with Lenhardt, but basically whatever you say, you're gonna fail, so yeah. I mean, if you were Hanna right now, you'd be going, ah, crap, ah, crap, ah, crap, ah, crap, ah, crap. Oh, crap. That's my attempt at a loud voice for some reason. But anyway, we're going to leave Hanna alone. We're going to start the 4th quest. And this involves basically heading to the large garden. So, now, what you can do to start this one, you can, if you're still on good terms with Brother Władysław, he will basically, if you have a chat with him, he'll point you to the abattoir at the animal pens when you speak with him inside the library. But what we're going to do is head into the cloister. We're just going to go there ourselves. Don't bother wasting time. Again, we're not going to be able to finish this quest. There you go. We won't be able to get the other missable achievement, or the miscellaneous achievement. Here's the animal pens to the right. But we will have enough in order to accuse Brother Guy. Again, like I said, in order to get all 3 done, so you don't have to do a full playthrough of this act, as I said. So, in the abattoir here, on this table, is a necromancy manual. Very suspicious. So, just like before, what we need to do then is just find the little bits. As soon as the hand icon turns red, you know that you're on to a bit of a winner. But realistically, all we need to choose is the loose page there on the right-hand side. So, choose the middle right there. The ring, doesn't matter where you choose. And then the top left-hand corner, which is the little bit of right in there, whatever the hell that says. So, 3 things on this page. Again, I think there's only one hotspot inside the actual occult text itself. So from here then, what we're going to do is now go into the sacristy. Say Christry. Crusty Wang. Whatever it is. Anyway, so what we need to do then is just head back up the steps. We're all good from here. We're going to head into the Larg Gargan. And we're going to head into the, where are we? Going into the refectory. That's where we're off. Into refectory. And just keep going, keep going. Well, I mean, we could have just gone into the kitchen and settled the first time. I don't know why I'm taking the long way around, sorry. We just need to get back into the cloister, get into the church. That's what we need to do. For some reason, I'm taking the long way around here. We just need to get into the church. There we go, we got there eventually. Hooray! Now head to the right, the sacristy door will be open, the sacristy. And then what we need to do is just inspect the cabinet here at the far right. And that will uncover a financial ledger. And again, just like the previous manual, what we need to do is inspect and exhaust all hotspots on the ledger itself, and including the scrap of parchment, which is just off to the side. So again, just go up, just choose any number, and make sure you've interacted with the writing and with the numbers itself, and then the loose page again. Okay, next up in this devious plot of deviousness, head back out of the church. Now we're going to go to the convent gardens. We need to speak with Sister Margaret, who is a blind lady. So head to the upper abbey, of course, and then head all the way left to the convent garden. There it is. And now, you're going to have a little conversation first, basically talking about play, whatever. And then when the conversation ends, you can then speak to her again, and then you can talk to her about the strange man or mystery intruder inside the herb hut. So it looks like she's got no advice, so just speak to her again, and then what you're going to need to say is something about the intruder, which I believe is probably the second option, if I remember rightly. So, another fun little mini-game coming up. Now, this is going to be completely random, so what you have to do is basically examine... I just go from the top right and all the way down, but basically what you've got to do is press the A button on it. Yep, anyone, and then just shake it up and down with the left stick. And basically Marguerite's going to keep going, it was something different, until the jar itself turns blue and she says, yes, that's the one. So just keep going until you've got 3. Basically, you've got 3 that are lit up blue and the rest of them go away. And again, it's going to be in a random order here. So what you need to do is just pick up the 1. So you have to do it in a certain order. So again, once you pick up 1, she'll either say, yes, that's the first jar, or no, that wasn't the first jar. So as you can see with this one, nope, you opened a different jar first. So just choose whichever one it is. Again, it's going to be completely random for you, which is fine. So there we go. And then, so we know this is the one, Dorth. Again, it's going to be random. But you just have to do it in that order. And then, let's find out what it is, shall we? It's Mono! So, if we had enough time, what we could have gone and done now is gone to the church, Father Thomas's church, and do a bit of eavesdropping. And that would have got us the Penitent Man achievement. But as it turns out, we are not going to have enough time, which is unfortunate. So what we need to do now is basically go and go up to Brother Guy here in the library. Now, again, we're not going to be able to convince Guy to explain himself because we haven't been able to do that St. John's Day confession because, again, we run out of time. But we do have enough evidence on him to accuse him, which is all good. So just head up and go ahead and speak to Mr. Guy. So they're not important choices, but we do need to just say the top one anyway. The sisters and I came across the gold. You hid in the herb hut. Then again, you're going to say the top option. I found the book you were hiding in the abattoir. And of course, that's all we've got for now. But, I mean, because he's the priest guy and everyone hates the priest guys, it works out well. So just keep picking the top option until we are not able to. And that's it. So, yeah. So, unfortunately, we don't get any more evidence than that. But that is fine. So, what we're going to do, we're just going to head... yeah, we're going to back out of the library now. Again, I thought I'd messed up right there, but I didn't. So, a crisis averted, as it were, it did. Now, the reason we can't do the St. John's Day confession is because we've left it too late. Thomas is now outside. So that achievement and that whole thing will only work when he's inside the church. And again, we couldn't do this one first, as I said, because we had to get more evidence on Hanna. So, yeah, that's the way that it sort of worked out for me anyway. But again, like I said, that achievement right there will be the last one that we get in the game. So... a lot of dialogue is going to happen here, so just enjoy for the next million minutes. Right, okay, so this is where, obviously we're coming up to the end of the second act now, but this is where Casper, if you've done well with Casper and his persuasion checks, this is where we are going to use it. So we could just say, let Casper leave, or you can choose anyone you want. It really doesn't make a difference. As it turns out, though, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. So we convince Casper to leave Tassing, yeah? Okay. And honestly, the second time that I went through this bit, I failed the speech check right there, and he ended up leaving anyway. So I don't know if whatever happens to him after occurs, whether you're successful or fail or whatever. But anyway, as you can see, we can now accuse all three, so that is exactly what we're going to do. So it really depends who you want to kill off totally, you know, the last time. So I think it was Hanna I killed off eventually, because, you know, she got a bit of a crusty old McDonald wang in with Lenhardt. So I just chose Martin first. Leave game. Again, sadly, we'll have to go through the same bit of dialogue again, so that's always entertaining. Yes, we get it. She's pregnant. She's had the baby. Good job. Yeah. Go on, girl. I don't know why, but I actually chose Brother Guy next, when he's the biggest asshat in the game. So, yeah, obviously you can choose who you want. So, look, you should have the three options, so you can choose who you want. It makes no other difference other than we get all the achievements. So, I just chose Brother Guy, and then lastly, I am going to choose Hanna. So, once again, you will have to go through all of that again, experiencing childbirth for a third time. Twice is enough for me, thank you very much. Are you ready to hear that sweet rare achievement sound again? Yeah, boys! So, whoever you've picked so far, obviously picked the third one. For me, it is Hanna, just because, you know, she was slamming the miller, and that is disgusting. So that is all 3 done. Job done. We are coming on to Act 3. Now, I should say that Act 3 almost ruined the game for me, because it is long. And when I say long, you've got to speak to a lot of people, and the conversations go on for what seems like an absolute eternity. But anyway, whoever you end up choosing last, this scene will always happen. So just crack on with it now. No, Burger King, don't do it! Don't do it, Burger King! He's going up like a flamed whopper! And that's the end of that chapter. Andreas, be dead. So we are going to get the achievement here, of course, for finishing Act 2. And like I said, genuinely get ready for one of the most... I mean, this goes on for a while. Lots of talking. We now play as Magdalene, Santa Claus's youngest daughter. Yeah. But conversations go on for what does seem like an eternity. So, get ready. I'd put some music on or something if you don't want to nod off. Happy days, we're on to a good start. So, the first thing that we're going to do, this, in terms of like things to do in this act, it is definitely the shortest in the game. But there's still, it takes about 2 hours to finish just because of the talking. So basically what we're doing then, it's still the same sort of locations and everything, but we're just heading all the way left to the Drucker household, our house. So when you can, you maybe stop by a couple of people, but just get to our house. Yeah, there we go. No, we're not being stopped just yet. That's fine, just fine. Also, there are new flowers to interact with if you still haven't unlocked the Smell the Roses achievement. So there was a flower there at the shrine of Saint Stacia, wherever we were. And the forest also contains a new flower. Plus, in the meadow, there's another 2. So if you didn't have the flowers, plus there are new pets as well around Tassin. So if you haven't got those achievements, now is definitely the time and opportunity to do them. So in our house there, as you can see, all the way to the right-hand side, we pick up this mysterious note. Now what we can do is just head outside. Now, you can go ahead and pick some interests, some background reputation, some background core skill as we head up to Central Town. And again, these ones just do not matter. They don't require anything for any achievements or any story-related progression. So just smash through all the dialogue and pick what you want. You see, your thumb is going to be massive on this one. So, head left into your bedroom. We're going to write a letter. And again, now, obviously, unlike Andreas, a lot of dialogue options do not matter at all. So you can literally just keep spamming the A button, you know, working out your thumb ab muscles, and just, yeah, just keep cracking it out. As it turns out then, I think either Mrs. Claus had had enough of Santa Claus, you know, nipping off for one day a year. But hopefully Santa Claus will be fit and ready by Christmas, deliver me my presents, and then you can do what you want, and Mrs. Claus is going to have to take over. So yeah. So what we need to do then is basically talk to a lot of people, and they'll give you ideas. We're going to write again here, and again, just choose any options that you want. But this is basically it for the whole act. We go around talking to people, go into some salt mines. There's a couple of achievements that we can miss, so obviously it's very important. Because, honestly, remember the a Fateful Sausage one where we fed the cats? Well, you're going to get the final 2 parts for it in this chapter. And I ended up being too late for the final part, so I had to replay this entire act more or less again, right up until about 20 minutes from the end. So that pissed me off. So what feels like a bit of an eternity, we can now use our left stick to move again. Incredible. So what we're going to do then, we're going to head down. We've basically done the Act 3 prologue, if you want to call it that. So head out to the old church and druggers. And then what we're going to do is make our way now to the old salt mine. So a lot more talking than exploring this time. So just head down to the forest. And the old salt mine is going to be pretty much next to the waterfall. We're going to speak to Apollo later on. So head to the waterfall first. And then the old salt mine is going to be all the way over to the right. Bit of a pig right there. She will say something about the pig. So interact with the old salt mine. And then interact with the mine shaft. Now, what you have to say, we can choose any option except the bottom one, which is trying to go down without help. And the reason we're doing that is we need an achievement. So you can choose literally anyone. If I rigged a rope, Baltus might be able to help, or Apollo and Artemis. Literally anyone, except for the top one, sorry. So don't say I could probably climb down. Do not say that one. We'll just choose Baltus. It doesn't matter which one you choose apart from the top one. Job done. Right, so what we can do right now is if we head back up to the left, we have to go and interact with Black Till. Now, Till, if you remember, we only spoke to him once as Andreas, and he was in the middle of the meadow for the majority of the game. So let's head all the way to the left, Church and Druckers. So just make a break here to the left to the Town of the Comminated. And then just head into this house. This is Ott's house, the Kreutzer home. And this is where Black Till is. So, we do need to actually select a few of the important following dialogue choices. And this is just to help us pass a quite important persuasion check later on. So, first of all, hey, I have other interest too. So the second option there, hey, I have other interest too. And then this one, you can choose whatever one you want. Then we're going to choose, the next one is going to choose anything would help. Anything, damn it! So here it is, second option again, anything would help. Anything would help. Next up, we are going to say, how do you think these people lived? So again, whenever I'm not talking, you can choose any option, and I'll obviously let you know when the important one is coming up. You know, we're almost 5 hours into the game. You think you'd know that by now. You do know that. So, how do you think these people lived? Top option, how do you think these people lived? Next up then, say the top option. Earlier you mentioned something about salt. Did the pagans start the mine? And then there's only one left, and it is going to be, what if there's stuff that could help me? It's not this one, of course, but the next one is, what if there is stuff that could help me? There it is, top option again, with the mural. Basically, he's going to suggest that we need further assistance from Apollo and Artemis, or Baltas. Whatever. We don't really need to talk to Baltas. We can... There is the persuading of Black Till, which we exactly need. So that one's all good. So that's another bit of persuasion done. Now, we do actually... Now, we're not going to bother with Baltas, but Apollo and Artemis, the twins in the forest, have an achievement. So that is why we're going to go for them. But we do actually need to speak to these specific other NPCs who have something to share about Tassing's history. We have to do this before we go into the salt mine. Otherwise, we won't be able to work on the whole thing in the Raftenhausen, whatever the hell it's called. So, what we're going to do then, we need to speak to Il Peter, either Martin or Brigitta, and Smokey. It does say Ottillia as well, but Ottillia, she appears to be nowhere. I couldn't find her at all. So we're just going to go ahead and speak to either we'll speak to Martin and Brigitta. Again, don't worry about absolutely anything, because all they're going to say is, this is the history. Don't worry about any specific dialogue choices. And then when we speak to Brigitta right here, we need to make sure to bring up the old book. What is quote-unquote the old book. And that will basically give us the Historia Tassae. So as soon as you see the option here, don't smash through it too quickly. As soon as you see the option here for the old book, Bridget will basically end up giving it to us anyway, more or less. And if she doesn't, it doesn't make too much of a difference again. Right, so next up then, after we've spoken to those two, we are now going to speak to Il Peter. And of course, Il Peter is not in the town commons or church and druckers. He is, if we go down, Ottillia's old house is empty, by the way, so you can't find her in there either. So, Hans Bauer Farm, these ladies have sat in the same seats for like 18 years now. That's impressive. Just keep heading to the left there, onto the Gertner farm, and go ahead and speak to Il Peter. He will give us some more information about the tassing of Historian of History. Yeah. And so from Il Peter, what we're going to do now is head into the forest, and we're just going to go ahead and speak to Old Smoky Bacon. Old Smoky Bacon, who is in the forest, he's going to give us the last bit of information and stuff that we need. So just head to the forest, speak to Smoky, job done. And then we're going to go ahead and get the second plague achievement for speaking to Apollo and Artemis in the forest as well. So that should be good. Now, with those 3 done, we should now be able to go, after the salt mines, we should be able to go back and start painting and all that. But for now, what we're going to do, head to the right, speak to Apollo first. Now, to get this achievement, make sure that you don't speak with Father Thomas while he's inside the church. If you do, it will void the achievement. So just make sure not to speak to him first. Speak to Apollo and Artemis first. We're just going to say, I'm going to go ahead and find your sister. And then that's exactly what we're going to do. So, head literally just to the right and go into the Shrine of Satyr. There it is. And then this is where Artemis is, so this is who we're going to speak to. And again, to get this achievement, we need to choose some specific dialogue options. So, top option was fine there. And then what we're going to see is, fine, tell me what you're up to. So just keep choosing the top option until you see the option for fine, tell me what you're up to. Oh, and lo and behold, just like magic, it's the next one. So there we go. Fine, tell me what you're up to. And Artemis is basically going to say she's going to sort us out with some pranks. Then say, haha, I can't wait to see Father Thomas, which is the top option. Then choose the next option, which is going to be, I'm not that bad, am I? I'm not completely goody two-shoes. Give me the frogs. Give me the go-down frogs. Second option, I'm not that bad, am I? And then for the final option, you need to choose, alright, give me the damn key. So, not only will that give us the second plague achievement, it will also, they'll help us get down the mine later. So, what we're going to do then is make a break for the church. So, you know where the church is by now. We can head up the meadow. We've got the achievement. That's all good. But they still need to help. In fact, you probably don't even need to do that. We can probably just climb down ourselves now. But, you know, it's always fun to see, isn't it? So, obviously, Father Thomas is here. Is going to be outside. So, just head inside the church. Interact with the pulpit, it's called. The pulpit at the far left to return the key. Now, basically, if you had spoken to Father Thomas before, Saint What's-Her-Name would have been in that little hole right in the middle of the church, so you wouldn't have been able to do it. So there we go. We've done that one. Now we can, well, head straight down for the salt mines, and we are good to go. Hooray, we made it. We could have just done that ourselves, which you can actually do that yourself if you choose the top option from earlier on. But of course, we would have missed the achievement. Anyway, what is going to happen? We're going to get the look before you climb achievement. This is story related and unmissable. And again, you think this is going to be tricky, but it's not. Now, we have to actually interact with all the hotspots and grab all of the pottery shards off the ground. So, just interacting with all the hotspots here. And then if we head to the right, you can see something else, just a couple of bones. Chill, a couple of bones. Head to the right to go into this first cave here. There it is. So head into the first cave. Again, they're not very big at all, so you can interact here. Go down to the ground floor to get this first pottery shard. Head left across the little plank bridge to grab the second pottery piece. And then if we head to the left, you can see a third pottery piece as well. Plus, is that supposed to be a cow or something? I don't know if I'm going completely blind. But it's a figurine, so just interact with that one and then head out of here. Which, of course, is on the right. So straight into the mine shaft and then continue walking right. You're going to see another pottery piece on the ground. Another shard. Sorry, I sharded my pants. Go into this next cave. And then what you're going to see is obviously another pottery piece. Straight there. And then there's going to be some more writing on the wall. Then after this one, if we head to the right, there's nothing there. So we can start heading down. There's like 3 inscriptions on this wall. So interact with all 3 inscriptions and the pottery piece on the ground. Now, silly little me actually missed. There's more stairs to go down with, I think, 1 or 2 pottery pieces and some more inscriptions on the wall. So head down. There's basically 3 levels in this room, which I missed. So grab those at the very, very bottom floor first, then come out with the cave, grab another 2 shards, and then you're going to interact with the rubble right here. And then you should be automatically placed into the minigame. But of course, me being an absolute sausage man, I forgot and completely missed the next set of stairs. So, head into the cave, of course, go all the way down to the bottom, interact with the next and last pottery pieces in order to start the next minigame puzzle. So this is an easy enough puzzle. You literally just place it where you think the pieces go, and then you can rotate it as well. If you do want to see the finished product, just skip ahead to 5 hours, 14 minutes, and 30 seconds, and then you can just copy it from the screen if you so desire. So once you've seen absolutely everything, our oil, pray to the oil lamp is going. So we're just going to head back out, head to the left all the way we came, and then head up. And then we're done in the mines. Job done. So from here then, all we got to do now is head back up and start doing the, start working in the, what's it called? The Rathaus. Which, remember, if you go all the way left into Church and Druckers and then go up to Central Town and then you can go up to North Town, the big building on the right is where the Rathaus is. So, interact with the lectern here right now. Is it lectern? Yeah, lectern. And again, you can choose literally any specific option that you want to start painting. It literally doesn't matter. Choose what you want and all is well and here. So, back in the house, and again, when we write, we're going to do the same thing we've been doing earlier. Write on our desk, and then just, yeah, choose whatever options you want again. And after a long set of dialogue, we are going to write. And, oh, in fact, no, we're not going to sleep. Sorry. What we're going to do, we're going to head outside. Sorry, I was way behind there. So, we need to now speak to a random set of people, and you have to speak to these people in order to get ideas for the next part of your painting. So, we're going to speak with Father Thomas first. Now, you can actually go ahead and speak to Kraft and Werner. Now, apparently Werner sometimes gets drunk. I'm not sure if that's some kind of, if something's happened in the previous 2 acts. But basically, Werner may be outside the Alban Bakery being drunk, and then you can ask Big Jorg or Baltus for help in dragging him back home. But I did take a look, and nobody was there. Kraft nor Werner, so don't worry about that. So that's why we headed straight for Father Thomas here. And then from here, we can go up the mill and speak to Els. Again, dialogue options don't matter in the absolute slightest. It's literally them just talking a lot to us. A lot. Once old Elsie is done, what we're going to do is head all the way up to the Abbey, go to the convent garden, and we're going to speak with Sister Gertrude. Now this, oh man, this just went on as well, this next part. Anyway, we're going to speak to Sister Gertrude, and we need to agree to consider joining the Poor Clares. We don't actually have to join them, but we have to just basically get inside the convent. So, yeah. So this next part is not, it's obviously not hard. It's not too bad. All you got to do, there's about 4 rooms now that we just have to visit. So you need to just visit these 4 rooms. Speak to Suzanne. You need to speak to everyone that you can. I think there's 4. Yeah, 4 other nuns. 4 rooms, 4 nuns. You have to speak to them and go inside every single room. And then the game will actually progress. But that is literally about it for the next 10 minutes or so. Fun in the bun. Fun in the nun. So then, make sure after this bit of dialogue here with Benedicta Doctor, head to the left and go into this little convent art studio. Now, after the conversation here with Suzanne, there is going to be a couple of hotspots, about 2 or 3 hotspots that you can interact with. So again, just make sure to interact with those before we head on. Now, once we go into the kitchen, after speaking to Marguerite, you should have looked at all rooms, spoken to everyone so far. You need to speak to these 2 as well. And then basically, what's going to happen is, afterwards, Suzanne is going to basically be like, nah, I'm not really happy here. So it's up to you. You can say, no one should be forced into a life, and if you could do anything else. And then she will ask whether she thinks we should tell her whether she should stay or go. Completely up to you. I tell her to go because no one should live a life like this. No offense. But, man, it's boring, bro. So, yeah, you can choose what you want, but obviously it's completely up to you, whichever one you say. Just letting you know. thank you for letting us in, the Poor Clares, whatever it's called. So, now we can, again, there's some more pets there if you need that achievement. You shouldn't need it. We should be good to go by now. But we're going to head into the Upper Abbey. So now, basically, as Magdalene for the first time, we are now going to go into the Kierso Abbey's church, just like the old times. And, yeah, again, so just step into the church here and then proceed right, interact with the rebel, and a scene is going to happen again. Ready for the Mouchmo? Ouchmo! My back, my crack, and my sack. All three hurts. Anyway, from here, go to the right slightly. Remember, there was the crypt on the left, the tower on the right. Head up the tower, interact with the vine on the right-hand side to climb all the way up. And now we're going to regain control inside the Old Bailey garden, just outside where the scriptorium was, remember. So there is another flower there, just on the right-hand side. That's a brand new flower if you need it. If not, of course, head down into the cemetery, head left into the cloister. Now this is where a Fateful Sausage achievement part 2 comes into it. And you can only get this if you got Andreas to feed the cat inside the kitchen cellar back in Act 1 or 2. So as long as you've done that, as long as you fed the cat in Act 2 or Act 1, you can do it in both if you wanted, either or, then these cats should appear. If you didn't, these cats won't appear, and you'll actually miss the achievement and have to go through the entire game again, painfully. So, yeah, so just keep heading left to now, and then enter the chapter house. Keep going to the right, and then watch some more scenes. Dramatic! Right, that seems to be the end of the Death Dance of Wall. Death Wall Dance, or whatever it's called. Anyway, We're going to head to the left, and now we're going to be able to exit the cloister because somebody decided to open the door, which apparently Magdalene didn't think of doing here. Impressive. Right, so from here then, what we're going to do is head all the way back into town, go all the way back up to the north town, and head back to the Rathaus and interact with the Lectern again to plan a design for the Christian history section of Tassin's mural again, which you can choose whichever one you want. And baby, 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 it's time to write some more crap, writing. Why weren't mobile phones invented? Oh yeah, that's right, because, you know, nobody thought to do that. I would have if I was in the 16th century. Probably not. Oh, whoopsie. There's a mysterious note on the bed, so, naturally, interact with it and go, oh my god, what the hell is that crap? Jesus Christ. And then we can go to sleep after crapping our pants, which is the norm, of course. Especially when you're really drunk. And you know, you don't feel a thing and then you wake up with crap all over you. Has that ever happened to anyone? Because it hasn't happened to me, swear down. Yeah. Okay, for the love of absolute all that is holy and God and jeepusy and pants buckling, we are going to go ahead and get the Fateful Sausage Part 3. If you go to the left and do all the town common stuff and then go in the golden hand in later, you are going to miss this achievement like I did and have to go through it again. So, when we get here and the Revolt of 1525 starts, go to the right, get into the Golden Inn, and then talk to Władysław. So, head into the Golden Hand Inn right here. Again, if you do the main story first, so go ahead, he should be cutting fish just right here. It's only a little bit of a conversation, but the achievement should unlock providing you've done the previous 2 parts. But again, and I highly recommend, just do this first. I went to the left, went to the town commons, done all the story progression. Because when you come back here, you will do the helping out by cutting cookies. And you will not be able to speak to Władysław again. So unless you were able to reload a previous save, which I wasn't, you won't be able to do that. So make sure to get this achievement first, and then head to the left. And then we should be good to go. I messed this up, and I was so pissed off that I had to replay the entirety of the game up until this point again. Which, you know, just, man, that really done my absolute nutter butters in. So, yeah, because there's only 3 people now that we got to speak to. And it is Clara here at the Girton house. Yeah, so again, just as long as you got that, a Fateful Sausage Part 3, we are golden as balls. Ball nuggets, yeah. So, after yet another riveting conversation is done, we're going to head to the right. Apparently we're going to the left. All we're doing, we're actually going to go and speak to Agnes in the Steinauer house. Again, doing some more heeing. So, apparently I could have just gone to the right up the John Bauer farm and then come up this way and then come up to Central Town. But there we go. What do I know? Well, I should know a lot, because I'm trying to tell you about the guide and how to do things easier. Go ahead, though, speak to Big Agnes. And after that, yet again, riveting conversation is done. We need to now go to the Golden Hand Inn. Now, again, if you somehow missed the achievement, the Fateful Sausage, before doing this, you can. There is a way. So basically what's going to happen now, you're going to have a little chat with Jutta in here. As it turns out, I was just being a bit of a douchebag. You could have just spoken to Władysław before doing that. Okay, right, so I've just completely embarrassed myself there. So, apparently what you could have done was spoken to Władysław before, and then spoken to Jutta. For some reason, I decided to speak to Jutta first, and then that locked me out of the achievements. So, slap on the hand for me, and absolute douchebaggery. Either way, it doesn't matter. As long as you've got the achievement, we are golden, and we're all good. So, basically, we're going to be coming up to another achievement now, called the Cookie Master Achievement. And what the Cookie Master Achievement is, as you can see, there are 4 shapes that we need to do. Now, to get the achievement, you actually have to put... Now, I only managed to put 21 shapes. People were saying you could put 20... You had to put 25 plus on, but I only put 21 shapes on. Then I pressed the B button to close it, and the achievement unlocked. So if you don't think that you've done enough, or think you've done enough, press the B button, but the achievement hasn't unlocked, you actually have the ability to restart it if you want. So you can't actually miss this as long as you don't say, yep, that's fine, and you haven't got the achievement. So if you need to, you can press the B button to close out and say, I want to retry. Otherwise, like I said, just go to 6 hours dead on to see the finished product. So you can just sort of copy what I do, or you can do what you want. Again, as long as you get there, you press the B button and the achievement unlocks, then we are good to go. Cookie Master! Flub, yeah! Coming again to save the Cookie Master Day, yeah! And there we go, that'll do. That'll do, pig, that'll do. So, after this one, we're all good, and the achievement's unlocked. What we can do now, out of here, and there you go, so you can say, let me try again, or I think it looks good for now. Basically, from here, we're just going to head to the town commons, and a lot of talking's going to happen once more. And again, that's it, all we're doing here. So we just need to speak to everyone. So go ahead and speak to Big Yorg first, then go ahead and speak to everyone else that you can, and then speak to Big Yorg again, and that will progress the scene. And then we can just move on. But again, of course, talking a lot takes a while. So, but yeah, everyone's happy, everyone's warm and getting drunk. You can't beat it, that's what Christmas is all about. Apart from, you know, your dad being bludgeoned in the head and Santa Claus not giving any presents.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio und leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in Premio, Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O. Durch alle deine Güte, o Princeps Gloriae, trae me poste, trae me poste.
Alright, mate, I'm steaming enough now. I'm going home to sleep it off and see how Santa Claus is doing. So, that's what we're doing. Head home and watch the scenes once again. Now, the stalker that stalked us in the mine, the salt mine, has appeared. Now, who do you think it is? I'll give you £20,000 if you guess right. No, wrong. No, right. I forget. So, did you get it right? Did you think it was Andreas? Well, if you got it right, I don't have 20 grand, so apologies about that. But hey, good for you if you did get it right. I thought Andreas was deader than dead. I thought he was just, you know, amazingly survives a fire. Legend. Right, now we are basically going to be doing the end of the game, finally. Right, so for some reason I decided to go to the left when we need to go to the right here into Rathskeller. And literally, just for this next bit, we are going to head right into the Adduct. Then we're going to enter the bathhouse, then to the lower levels, into the Hypercoast, and then go right all the way, and then we're going to do an Andreas dream again. That's pretty much it. Okay, so this dream is a little bit more of a pain in the old butt snatch. So we start off in the middle, and we need to get to the outer ring. So obviously what you do is try and follow the path, but when you get to a certain point, there'll be some dialogue, and then the path will change. So just obviously have a look. It's in the sort of bottom left-hand corner. That's where you're supposed to be trying to aim for. To try and get out of the outer ring. But like I said, this will keep happening. It'll change 3 times, and then we can... twice, sorry. It'll change twice, and then we can get out of here. Oh, and if you've been wondering who the actual real killer was, because of course everyone else didn't really kill everyone, we're about to find out. And again, now I will actually give you £1,000 or $1,000 if you guess who it actually is, who the real killer is. Ah, you little butt monkey. It was all Father Thomas from the beginning. And his reasoning is completely insane, which sounds about right for a priest, to be honest. But yeah, so everything was Father Thomas's fault. He killed Otto, he killed everyone, he struck Santa Claus in the head, which I'm fuming about. Barstool. And just like Santa Claus right here, I am going to completely nod off. But honestly, I mean, you obviously know he's going to die, so that's fine. But the way he dies is just hilarious. It's not a... Doesn't let out a groan, he just sort of flops. It's like, Magdalene, no offense, honey, I've had enough of your bloody stories. Go and finish my painting, and I'll see you up in heaven someday. I don't know, the way he just drops is... it's not funny, but it is. Sorry. Alive, 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 dead. Well, that was quick. So, for the finale of this game, before we have to do the next couple of playthroughs, all you got to do is speak to the rest of the NPCs that are outside. There's only a couple. Then go up to the mill, speak to another couple, and then that is the game's end. And then we got to do it all over again, sort of. Yay!
Grata einst ein schönes Faltenland. Der Eichenbaum wuchs dort so hoch. Die Veilchen nickten sanft, es war ein Das küsste mich auf Deutsch und sprach auf Deutsch. Man glaubt, es kam wie Gutes klang. Das Wort, ich liebe dich, ich liebe dich. Es war ein Das Wort, ich liebe dich, ich liebe
And after that long last scene, which we couldn't skip, Act 3 is done, and that is the game done. So if you have been following along by now, you should have potentially 10 achievements left. Now, this doesn't include the Matchmaker and the Kiss Zadina one, which I did let... No, ignore the one. It's obviously because I forgot to do the Fateful Sausage. So you should have, if you followed everything, you didn't get the Matchmaker and Zadina kissing achievement, you should have 10 achievements left. So you'll roughly be on the same. But this is where you now need to... It's very important here. By the way, you can have a look at your old saves, which I only noticed just now. So if you wanted to, but it only goes down to like 6 or something. So anyway, we're going to start a new game. Of course, do it all over again. Now, I did think... So obviously now, you have to do exactly as I do in order to get the Good Graces achievement. The Grave Matters achievement is the most sort of important one. Once those two are out of the way, the rest are obviously just very easy. But it is just a case of starting again. Now, I was debating whether to just edit it out and just show you the rest of the achievements in sort of like a little edited form. But I decided against that, and I just decided that we're just going to go again, just so you can keep up with me and you're not sort of confused as to where we're going or anything. So we're going again. 3 hours of this guide left to do. So, of course, the good thing about this one is we don't have to mess around with... We don't have to mess around with stuff. Obviously, we can just get straight to the point and get in there. So, no messing about this time. But, obviously, what we are going to do here is, when we speak to Clara, when Clara starts asking for the rent money, we're just going to say, yeah, well, I'll see what I can do. Don't, obviously, say that we're going to get it for her. Just say, I'll see what I can do. Because, of course, we're trying not to piss off Gurno. Basically, this time, we're going to eat the pube sandwiches of Father Gurno this time. Not Brother Lorenzo. So also another thing that I won't be doing much, I'm not going to be adding much more commentary. Because of course, as we speak to Big Yorg here, now of course, we've played through Act 1 and Act 2. Obviously this will be the second time, so hopefully you will either just be able to follow the video, so I'm not going to be talking as much, only at the important bits when it comes to things like the Grave Matter achievement and things like that. Otherwise, it's going to be a relatively quieter playthrough too, which, to be fair, you've probably had enough of my titting voice by now. As we're almost 7 hours in. Oh, you must be getting tired. Take a nap. Right, again, we're just going to go with Rapscallion. We don't need it as much, or if at all, in this playthrough, but I just decide to stick with the same ones because why not? So, stick with Rapscallion, and we're good to go. Now, this time around then, when we are speaking to Father Lorenzarino, or whatever his bloody name is, the Baron, we're not obviously going to be all up inside his grill like we were in the first playthrough. So, instead of saying things like, "Of course, my lord, it would be an honour. Oh, let me please kiss your ring," we're just going to say, well, I'm already late to the Abbey, but whatever. So, basically, just pick the options that I do, and the ones that don't, you know, go to kiss his little ring bags, as it were. Right, now, these ones are important, just like the last time. These are definitely important, especially for the Grave Matters achievement. So this time, it doesn't matter what you pick, I just choose Theology. This one isn't as important, but again, what we need, especially again for the Grave Matters achievement, is the Logician. Remember, we picked it, obviously you remember, because you used it a lot in the first playthrough, but we definitely need it this time around for the Grave Matters achievement. So make sure to pick that one, and then the second option, you can pick whatever you want. So remember in the first playthrough here, we asked Father Gurno for his payment. We're not going to this time. We're just going to top option here. Of course, Father. I am eager to get to work pleasing you. So, of course, we're not going to ask him about the Gurner's taxes. We're not going to ask Mathieu about the taxes either. We're not going to ask anyone about any advanced payments. So, get that through your skull, my boy. And my girl. And my girl. So what we're actually going to do is just head into the church and go straight to the scriptorium to crack on with the story. Do not ask Father Mathieu, or whatever his name is, for any taxes. Old Bailey, scriptorium, get on it. Also, in terms of important choices this time around, we're not going to give a crap about them. So you can literally just say what you particularly want, and it's not going to affect anything in the next couple of in the next couple of acts or anything. So you can keep choosing the same options that I do, but you don't need to worry. Again, I will be letting you know when we need to come up to something important which will affect the Grave Matters achievement. As I've said about 1 billion times. God, you must hate my voice by now, right? Well, we got 2 hours 45 to go. Here. Now again, of course, if you want to get the Simple Soul achievement, if you somehow missed it in the first playthrough, now is the opportunity to do it. But if not, and you got it, then all is well in hell. Now, of course, me talking about the Grave Matters achievement constantly, we obviously need to get the other 2 achievements for condemning and accusing Brother for rank, and the other one. Now, the other one being... Sister Matilda, of course. So, Sister Matilda and Ferenc, we need to get those 2 executed. Yeah, so obviously that's what we'll be doing in this playthrough as well. So, of course, this pit is unmissable. We have to go and have lunch with Andreas and Otto. And, of course, this is where the basically the first part of the Matchmaker achievement. If you didn't get it in the first run-through, the first playthrough, this is, of course, where Otto basically at the end automatically says, "Say hi to Eva because I am a horn dog." Or, "I like the look of her face," etc., etc. So you can't really miss this one after lunch on. And like I said again here with Lorenzi, instead of saying, "Yes, my lord, how can I help you?" We're just going to nod respectfully and things like that. Yeah, so again, it doesn't matter, again, what you choose here, because as we all know, Lorenz is going to perish anyway, and it's all about pleasing Father Gurno. And Ferenc, you go get it, boy. So, another highly important part here. So, remember how we didn't ask Gurno for our advances? This time around, remember we were speaking to Lorenz in the first playthrough? When we get to the refectionery, or whatever the hell it's called, remember that we're not going to speak at all. Make sure to not speak at all. We're just going to nod and shake our head, pretty much. So then, for the best results here, what we're going to do, first up, we are going to shake head. So, all the way at the bottom there, make sure to choose shake head. And then we're going to follow this up by saying nothing. We're going to remain silent. So, make sure that we remain silent, and Father Gurno will be pissed off with Lorenzo, but he is going to be happy that we didn't speak a word. Which is, of course, that's what they all done back in the day for some reason. You know, because apparently Jeebus didn't like talking when he was eating his bread and wine and stuff. I don't know. Anyway, either way, make sure, like I said, to remain silent. Remain god darn silent at the bottom. There we go. Remain silent. Now again, remember for the Matchmaker achievement, what we're going to say is the top option. Thank you, Otto wanted me to say hello, by the way. Make sure that you say Otto, the bus driver. And that's going to get everyone's loins cooking, as it were. And here is the next part for Matchmaker. So, make sure to speak to Andreas. Before moving on, make sure to speak to Andreas. And this is exactly why, like I said, we've got the Logician background. So, we're going to just choose the top option. How do you think their courtship is developing? And he thinks we're being that, but we just need to choose the top option there. I do not ask this to pour water on blah-de-blah-de-blah. And, yeah, that should do it. That really, really should enough do it. So that one was with the Orator background as well. But either Logic or Orator should have popped up, whichever one you picked, so it should be fine. So there we go. You just haven't found the right person. So you just haven't found the right person. And pretty much, you know, basically just keep saying the top one. Because it'll always be like, worry not, you'll get her, and of course, because if you say the negative stuff like it's not as cracked up as it's meant to be, blah, 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 then Andrew's is going to be like, nah, screw this, screw that, screw you. Anyway, do this little minigame again before we can move on. But this is the next Matchmaker part, finished anyway. Now, it doesn't matter there what you say with Martin. Apparently, I was successful anyway, because we're not going to bother with him this time. So, I just choose the top option, and he'll just say that bottom option anyway. So, yeah. So, this next part is important for grave matters. Now, remember before, we were sticking up for Brother Piero. This time, basically, we're not going to be sticking up for him as much. We're just going to be, again, we're going to be in the pubes of Father Gurno. So, this time, what you need to say, because, of course, before we were saying, like, that's absurd, he wasn't angry, it is my affair, getting really angry and pissed off. This time, we're going to choose these. You've got to choose these specific options to remain on Gurno's good side here. So, first of all, we're going to basically say nothing when the opportunity arises. So here is the first opportunity then. So again, make sure to choose the bottom option, say nothing. Next up, this time round, make sure to choose the top option, which is even if Piero wanted to kill the Baron, he's not physically capable of the act. So make sure to choose the top option there. Then next up, we are going to be choosing, forgive me, Father Gurno, I just don't think the Brother Piero could have done this. So the bottom option, forgive me, Father Gurnot. And finally, just simply say, yes. So top option, yes. And that will keep us on Gurno's good side for that purpose of unlocking the Grave Matter achievement. So basically, obviously, now you know what we need to do. We're going to go home. We're going to have something to eat with Santa Claus. And then we are going to come back. Now, a lot of people, and obviously this is the part where we can or we may not, it's obviously optional, come back to examine the body. Now, some people had said before that they didn't go back to examine the body. But as it turns out, you can, just so long as you stay hidden when Werner Stoltz comes by. So that's exactly what we're going to do, because doing that, that is how we identify the true cause of the victim's body and how what's-his-face actually died. So head back to Werner Klaus's house, then we can come back, do the autopsy. Now, of course, it is highly, highly important, once again, that we remain hidden. So as soon as, obviously this time, additional risk, and then we're just going to be like, oh, crap, man. And then we're going to be like, holy crap. So basically, when Florian, the old strawberry, that guy, we're going to say, of course. And we just hide. Now, the game's going to give you an opportunity to come out if you want to, either once or twice. But again, just make sure that you choose to stay hidden. If you end up messing it up accidentally by choosing the wrong dialogue option, again, quit out to the main menu and continue, and you should be back just before this part, but you'll have to do it all over again. Just obviously make sure to stay hidden. See, it can try and trick you, but it's the bottom option there. I almost picked the top option, which would have annoyed the crap out of me. Right then, so now we are going to be getting the Spinning Bee achievement, which of course, again, we didn't get in the first playthrough, which is fine because we can easily and quickly get it now. But to get there, basically, we're just going to speak to Eva. Nothing about the matchmaking this time, but she's just basically going to say, oh, god damn, yeah, wool and stuff, and let's go. And we are actually going to go ahead and do that straight away. So, head to the right here, and then what you need to do is speak to Johan. You don't need to speak to Hedy, you just need to speak to Johan. And he's basically going to allow us to stand outside the window, and then we can crack on with it. But you have to do this quite quickly. Very easy, so I'll let you know. But what we're going to do, when we do the achievement, we are then going to quit out of the main menu and continue, just so we haven't lost the hours. Just so we haven't lost a couple of hours in order to get the two final quests done. So, in order to get this achievement done and out of the way, what you need to do is quickly press the left trigger 3 times, quickly press the right trigger 3 times, and then A, and then do that again. So you have to do it twice. So, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger, right trigger, right trigger, right trigger, press the, and then left trigger, and then right, 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 and then A, and that should be enough to get you the achievement. If you miss it there, you get another couple of opportunities, but that's it. So it's left trigger 3 times, right trigger 3 times, left trigger 3 times, right trigger 3 times, quick as you can, then the A button. It's very, very easy, so that should be golden as nuggeties. But like I said, we've quit out of the main menu. We are continuing because we don't lose those couple of hours, which we exactly need. So for now then, we're heading back up to the town commons. And we're going to start making our way up to the Abbey. So what we can actually do, we can go ahead and speak to Mother Cecilia in the Prioress house, which is in the convent garden. Obviously after Lorenz has been moided. So you can ask her a few questions, but basically we're going to have to break into the library via the crypt at night anyway. So it's probably a little bit pointless, so that's fine. So what we're going to do, I end up speaking to her anyway, just in case. And then what I end up doing, now we can then start the Occult Hands quest, which is for getting all the evidence for Ferenc. So, of course, we are heading to the scriptorium again. So, out the Old Bailey. Into the old script of the Tour of the Ryam. And then, if you remember, he slammed something shut in his book all the way to the right-hand side. So, make sure to pick that one up. Now, the quest for Occult Hands has started. So, pick it up. And then we're going to click on the underlined portion of texts as we basically go through the pages. So, keep going through. You see the underline there at the bottom. Just interact with those. Doesn't matter which way or which order. But eventually we're going to come up to a Greek cipher. Again, dialogue options don't matter. So keep clicking each one. A Greek cipher is going to pop up. Now, we are going to be getting an achievement, but we can't actually get it yet. So, what we're going to do, head right into the Prior's house here. And then what you're going to see directly in front of us is what's called a volvel. A volvel. Now, I know the answer, because of course I've done this and I've gotten the achievement, but we unfortunately have to go and get some help with it. So, from here, what we need to do, so just keep you, it doesn't matter what you say, what dialogue you use, we actually still need to go ahead and speak to Werner Salts, or whatever his bloody name is, Salty Werners, in North Town, North Kilt Town.
Victime Pascali laude.
There we go, that's job done. Now we can actually head all the way back, which is annoying. So I do apologize. I could have probably spoken to him first. I didn't realize you could speak to him about it first. That's probably why I didn't. But anyway, head all the way back now to the Prior's house. And we can get the achievement like a record, baby. So then, the main question is, how do you use a Volvel or a Volvo? Now, basically, the answer is High Gearhard. So Higerhard. So as you can see there, I've on the first symbol on the left-hand side. Now, to change it, what you need to do is press the right or left trigger on the wheel. So if we just start off with the last symbol, I was just going through it for some reason. So if we start off on the left-hand side symbol, then use the right trigger, it will change and it will change some letters. So first of all, we're going to choose to find H, then press A. Then it'll automatically go to the next one. So then you just press the right trigger again and find I. It'll automatically go to the next one. Press right trigger until you find G. And then the next one is E. And then, nope, that's Q. I'll try that again. So it's Higerhard for High Gearhard. And if you know Gearhard, well, he's been dead for a year. So, yeah. And that's enough to get the like a record, baby. Yeah. Right. So that's good. We've got that. We've solved Ferenc's Cipher Volvel puzzle. Now from here, what we're going to do is go to the lower abbey. And we are going to enter the guest house. There is a new hotspot on the table. So head all the way out of the church to the lower abbey into the guest house. It doesn't matter if Lady Salmonella Poisoning is here. That's fine. The letter will still be there. So, we've got the suspicious letter. That'll do. That'll do, pig. And discovering this letter will actually unlock a new hotspot on a table inside the Prior's house. So, we're going back to the Volvel place. So, back up through the church, all the way to the right, into the scriptorium, and once again into the Prior's house to grab another letter. Now, do you remember at the very start of the game, we'd done the whole stone on a paper thing? You're doing that again. So press A to hold, and just keep scribbling until it automatically fills out. And now, the Graves Mat achievement is going to be popping up soon. So we need to go to the cemetery. There is a newly marked hotspot here on the right-hand side. So head down to the right. And this is where... Hi, Gearhard. How are you? Bit quiet, mate, today. Anyway, so, now this is the most important thing. This is the most important thing. Make sure to choose, I should get Father Gurno's permission first. If you use anyone else, that will void the achievement straight off. So, Father Gurno is in the large garden, and in the house in that large garden. But you had to have made sure you said, I need to get Father Gurno's permission first. So he's either going to be in the large garden here, or he's going to be in the house. For me, he was in the house, just to the left here, in the old Abbott house. So, once we've done that, for the first dialogue option, we need to choose the lie. I've been abiding your command. So, make sure to choose this one, lie. I've been abiding by your command, frustrating though as it is. This dialogue option is also highly important. So, pick the crap out of it. I've been abiding your command, frustrating though as it is. And again, we shouldn't be under any suspicion, providing you be following along. So, now choose the top option. Given that I am not the Lord and don't have perfect understanding of all things, the next one we need to choose, I have to believe there is something hidden. I have reason to believe there is something hidden, so it's the top option in Brother Gerhard's grave. So, the top option again. And then choose, I suspect the weapon used to murder the Baron may be buried there. So again, it's the top option. For this next dialogue option, it's any choice. Does not matter which one. So you can literally just choose the top option again if you wanted to. I think I was just being a bit panicky and paranoid, but it doesn't matter. That option doesn't. We are then going to choose the next option, the top option. I've given men such injuries before. Because, of course, we're not trying to stick up for Piero. And then, finally, if it pops up, it's evident to anyone who gives Baron Rothgeval's money. So, basically, the bottom option. Obviously, we're not going to mention Ferenc to him. So, with that one done, you should now have everything complete to persuade Gurno. And that should get you the Grave Matters achievement. So, you should now be able to obviously dig up the grave, and the achievement should now unlock, and hopefully you've been following along. Look at that, not even 1% of people get in there, but hopefully you've been following along and you get that achievement as well. So that is the main sweaty one out of the way, really. That was the one that was giving me most trouble in terms of paranoia. But anyway, head to the animal pens. Brother Volkbert right here is going to be just chilling. So basically for this next part, all we're going to be doing is, excuse me, while he's digging, you can just go ahead, stay in the cemetery and just read all of the hot-spotted graveyards until the scene automatically goes with you picking up some stuff out of the grave. Oi oi, spooky stuff happening once again. So, it is good old sexty time. We haven't had sexty time for a while. There was no sexty time in Act 3 at all, which is frustrating. Well, not frustrating really, but anyway. I was going to have lunch there with Sebhat, but I remember how long the bloody Bible stuff is, so I thought, nah, we'll just head into town. So after we have eaten lunch with Smokey or whoever that you want to, now, because we still need the nighttime to fall in order to go to the crypt, I do advise going to Central Town and starting Lucky's quest. Now, of course, we're not going to finish it for Central Town here, but now, again, some people have said that it doesn't matter. Other people have said that it has mattered in that we do Lucky's quest. So, yeah, so that's why we're going to do it. Of course, we've got time to do basically 2 full ones and like a half one. So make sure then that we are doing Lucky's one. You know how it went. You're just following him. And yeah, just a lot of conversation's going to happen again. So it's each time again. So again, we've done Lucky's quest, so that should definitely put us in good stead for the Good Graces achievement. Now, it's for the Good Graces achievement. It's basically for being in favour with the Abbey at the end of Act 1. And effectively, it is just basically what you've been doing for the Grave Maz achievement. So staying good to Father Gurno. And yeah, pretty much. So you can't, if you've got the Grave Maz achievement, you can't really miss the Good Graces one either. So again, I do go back to Lucky's house and try my luck with getting his, well, grabbing his note anyway. And trying to see if I can have some grub with him. So, let's do this, man. So, you know the drill this time. We're not going home and going to sleep. We're going to sneak into the crypt in the library. So, head straight back to the Upper Abbey. Go through the church, of course. And go down the crypt. And go up the library. Now, this time, of course. Now, obviously, remember, the first time we tried doing this, we couldn't get the evidence needed to try and accuse Sister Matilda, which is the bloody shovel, which you definitely need in order to accuse her, so that's why we will have plenty of time this time around. So remember what you got to do this time then. Just interact with each hotspot, which is on the floor, and then we can come back down and the scene will automatically change to bow, 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 bow. Father Matteo and Rudiger getting it on. Sticky down. Incredibly, I forgot to do that for the second playthrough in a row. Right, now remember we are going for the Kiss Zadina achievement as well. So, what obviously we need to do this time, which I forgot to do and messed up the last time, we need to choose the wait option, which will be the bottom option. What in the goddamn? Am I supposed to be horny? I don't know. Anyway, choose all right. I just need to wait for Rudiger and Matteo to, finish the old sticky pot pie and then get out of it. But we are back in another dream sequence. You should remember what to do. Follow the path, and it's going to take another few minutes to get through. Hooray! So we will go to Sext, and apparently we're going to get some sexty time as well right here. So remember the dialogue options. If you didn't do this the first time, remember the dialogue options this time. So Sister Zadina's all like, oh, damn. And then we're going to say you, of course. Oh, yeah. Sister Zadina is obviously, well, it's hard to be a nun, I suppose. Then we're going to choose something like that. Something like that. And then for the last one, we're going to choose no, you. Do you want to keep talking? No, you. And then they start getting it on. And what... The achievement should be called Smash Zadina, or Smash Zadina's pasty, or something, you know, rather than... It's a bit more than a kiss, isn't it? Since we're all done in a couple of seconds. Anyway, like I said, we'll be caught by Illuminata. It affects our favour later, but we don't actually care. So choose what you want now. If you're horny at looking this, then I would say, mate, go watch some porn or something, or go make love to your partner, because you shouldn't be getting horny at video games. But if you do, well, it's not my place to judge. Some people are good at drawing, you know? So after we've dusted ourselves off and wiped parts, we are going to, well, we're going to speak to Brother Władysław once again, but we now need to go back to the convent garden. Very, very important to go back to the convent garden to grab the bloody shovel. Otherwise, you will actually, frustratingly, if you don't get it, you won't be able to accuse Matilda. Now, it is definitely worth doing that. Go inside the Proprietress thing and speak to Mother Cecilia and Matilda. Now, you do actually have to speak to both of these, purely because they will tell you information that we didn't previously know, and it's pretty sickening, actually, but it obviously sort of helps. absolute toss bag. But once we've spoken to those two, make sure to now go ahead and grab the bloody shovel right here, right next to the herb hut. So make sure to grab that, and that is what we... Oh, the bloody shovel. So we've got that. Now we can ask her about it. She's just going to say that she smashed some rabbits over the nugget with it. Fair enough. So then, once that is complete, we do obviously need to eat. So, for some reason, I couldn't find anyone to eat with. I was going around bloody everywhere, and nobody wanted me. But what we can do is go to Otto and Otz's house, which is in the town commons. You will see me going a bit here, there, and everywhere. That's because I was going places, trying to find places to eat. Everyone was just like, "Hi, Andreas. I'm starving, bro." But anyway, yeah, go to Otto and Otz's house if you're finding it tricky or finding no one else to eat with. And so this is it then. So what we can do then is just head straight back up to the Abbey's house, or the big Abbey, go into the cloister and go into the, the first door room where it's all taking place. So, one more thing I should mention. What you need to do, you're going to speak with, obviously, Jacob straight away. What you need to do, remember, you still need to be polite to Jacob, so choose the same options I do here. But what you need to do, we need to accuse Ferenc first. So if we accuse him first, we can obviously replay the section, replay this tiny little section. And we will still get the Good Graces achievement. Because obviously, if you mess up Ferenc, we won't get that achievement. You'll have to play through it all over again or just reload your save. So that's why we're going to get that. And there's also another achievement called Hot Goss that we're going to grab here. So again, just make sure to choose the same dialogue options I do for the minute. So here it is then. The Abbey's Prior, Ferenc, was behaving suspiciously the day of the Baron's arrival. So that is the third option that we are going to pick. Remember, we have to pick Ferenc first, and then reload, and then pick Sister Matilda later. So, we're going to say, yes, your reverence. And then we can say, this is for the Hot Goss achievement, by the way. Baron and Prior Ferenc were exchanging letters about performing a magic ritual. So that, and I have a letter that the Prior wrote to the Baron. So I have a letter that the Prior wrote to the Baron, and that will get us the Hot Goss achievement. Luckily, we don't have to replay it like we did with... And then you can say, I found a silver rod that belongs to Prior Ferenc. It has dried blood on it as well. So again, like I said, luckily, not like the first time with the old woman and the legal eagle achievement, we don't have to replay it. We can just choose the top option here. One of Prior Ferenc's, blah, blah, blah. And that should be enough now to end that one. So we can just say, I can think of no one else. And, yep, that'll be Prior Ferenc. Done. We've got the Hot Goss achievement. That one is done. So again, go to main menu, leave game. You will have to, obviously, just go through all of that bit of dialogue again until we get to the point where we can accuse Sister Matilda. So, of course, second option this time. One of the nuns, Sister Matilda, may have wished revenge on the Baron. And this is what we need. For the proof, I discovered a shovel in the garden that Sister Matilda tends. It was tainted with blood. Or stained with blood. And she said I did. She claimed to use it to kill the rabbits. And you can, if you want... yeah, in fact, you tell them about the relationship and affair as well. With Brother Wajobly Obly. And just say it speaks to her character. And that should, once again... be enough, and then we can move on. So now we can say, I can think of no one else. That'll be the achievement. Act 1 finished, and then we've just got a couple of more achievements left to grab. In fact, after this bit, you should get the Good Graces achievement as well for ending Act 1 in the Abbot's favour, and then we'll only have 2 achievements left. Maybe 1 if you got the Matchmaker achievement in the first playthrough. I hate it when achievements like this absolutely take their time, because you think, Christ, is it coming, is it coming, is it coming? And there it is. And then the whole... You're just holding in your complete guts and then you just let it all out. So, well, that's that one done. Like I said, if you have been following the guide completely, you should only have the Matchmaker and the Penitent Man left to do. But of course, that means we have to go through a lot of Act 2, which again, I won't be talking through much of it until we get to the main quest, where we can get the Penitent Man achievement and finish that one. So once again then, after what seems like an eternity of talking, head to the left, of course, we're going to speak to Andreas. Now, remember, because if you didn't speak to Andreas in Act 1 about the relationship between Eva and Otto, you won't be able to ask him about his wife or his ex-partner or whatever the hell it is. So just crack on for the time being, and then eventually we're going to get a specific dialogue option. So, after we say he's a good man, now we will get asked about how's married life been treating you. Now, basically, what you're supposed to say is, in fact, all we're going to be doing is just saying the top option. Because the bottom option is stuff like, don't even bother, marriage is not worth it. So we need to say, really not a single person has caught your eye. Again, like I said, it's basically every top option. Hold on, you need to go back to Innsbruck and find that pretty girl. Because again, like I said, every bottom option is disgusting, and yeah, just say go find her, it's how it should be, or life is too short to be spent dreaming. So the top option, the second option there, and then just say maybe, but it feels right. And then that is how you'll get the Matchmaker achievement, and that is job done. So like I said, as long as you've just avoided negativity there, that one you can get, and even if you did end up missing it out, remember to quit out the main menu, continue, as we've been doing probably a few times throughout the game. I've done it more than enough through the game. Otherwise, we can crack on with the story. And we are effectively 46 minutes away now from completing this little blumderblap. Now, you don't actually need to. Oh, hello, by the way. It's been a while since I've spoken last, huh? Yeah, because a lot of it was just talking. But anyway, I don't think you specifically need to speak to Carl again this time, because we're only going to be doing the one quest, but I've done it just in case. But remember, for this bit, just speak to Carl here, then speak to Casper, and then we could just head back home all the way to the Abbey guest house and take a little nappy nap.
Whoa, Otto, dude, what happened to you, man? God damn, this is some hardcore stuff.
Hi! So let us get to work. And, oh, hello, by the way. Yes, you've probably been enjoying the peace and the serenity. Well, I'm back to ruin it for the last 15 minutes. So, we are immediately just going to go and do the Duplicitous accounts. So, Brother Guy, that one, remember, we couldn't finish it earlier because we didn't have time, etc., etc. So, anyway. First of all, then, what you can do is, once again, go ahead and speak to Brother Wojslav, where he'll try and point us in the direction of the abattoir, but we're just going to go straight there. So, into the large garden, into the animal pens, of course, and on the right-hand side is the abattoir, where we are going to interact with the very suspicious necromancy manual. And remember, what you got to do is interact with all the hotspots inside the occult text and the loose sheet of paper to the side of it. And then, of course, we are going to the Sacristy, the Sackle Christie, the Suckle the Pig Christie, as it were. So, obviously, we're heading straight up. For some reason, I started heading straight down. Yeah, into the cemetery. Why the hell not? We just obviously need to go inside the church. That's the Old Bailey. Yeah, we can go this way. Either way, you'll end up somewhere. You don't need to go into the scriptorium. Let me just try that one again. Come on, bro. We ain't got all night. We want to finish this now, don't we? Don't we, people? Don't we, ladies and gentlemen? So, once again, of course, what you need to do is inspect the cabinet at the far right, and that, once again, is going to uncover the financial ledger. And again, just like the last one, exhausting all the hotspots on the ledger, including the scrap of paper to the side. And now make your way over to the convent gardens to speak to Sister Marguerite. And yes, she will bring up her encounter with the mysterious intruder, and we have to do that little jar minigame again. Damn, I have been sitting here for hours recording this. My throat's drier than a nun. My butt needs a good rub. Any volunteers? I will pay you handsomely. I got a good butt. But yes, it's aching. I've been here for a while now. So remember, you got to speak to Marguerite once, and then speak to her again. And of course, the easy but random minigame, just shake everything that you can, 3 will pop up, blue, and then of course you've got to do it in the order that Marguerite says. Yeah, flappy. And of course, what we're gonna do now is just go straight for the achievement. We don't care really about Brother Guy. We've had enough of monks and nuns and all brothers and sisters, and yeah, we just want the achievement and finally go to bed. So, let's go get it. So what, Father Thomas, of course, if you've been doing this first, Father Thomas should still be inside the church. Remember, if he is outside of the church and he left it too long, he will be outside and we'll be unable to get the achievement. So, when we go over to the left here, and again, this bit's going to take a good sort of 4 or 5 minutes, because what we need to do is a little bit of snooping and a bit of eavesdropping here. So there is Ottillia the Hun. Oh, hi Hun. Just go ahead and speak to Father Thomas, and basically he's going to start getting people going. Dominoes. Right then, so, just for this bit, by the way, Andreas and Casper can only eavesdrop on one NPC each. And the way you do that is somebody will say, hey bro, hey Tom, I got a secret for you, man. And then you can either say to Casper, go light the candle, which means he'll go and have a look and have a little listen. Or if you say go light the candle yourself, you'll go and do it. Now, the only one that has anything of any worth noting here is Paul and Hanna. So basically, I mean, if you give a crap about the game at this point, Paul is just one of the recommended choices purely because it will reveal Hanna's tryst with Lenhardt. So her little crusty sessions with Lenhardt. And Hanna will basically reveal that she steals a mysterious note from Martin, and job done. So, from now, like I said, you can only use them once. Either Casper or Andreas. So, I believe if you use them more than once, it'll botch the whole event, and I think you may miss the achievement. So you'll have to just replay and reload, continue, and do it again. So, just keep going for the next couple of minutes or so. So, achievement finally coming up. Father Thompson's going to be like, look, mate, I've been doing this for hours. I'm off my nut. I need a good swig of whiskey or something, or Jeebus whiskey. So what you need to do here, you need to select the first option 3 times, and then the second option twice. So you need to choose Hail Mary 3 times, and then the second option, Our Father in Heaven, twice. And that will get you the Penitent Man, and that will unlock every single achievement, and it's only taken us less than 10 hours. Well, probably a little bit more with that stupid card game. Which, by the way, you know, is just frustrating. Please let me know how you got on with that. But anyway, this is it. Just listen out for the beautiful sound of... eventually, anyway. Ah! I'm so happy right now, you guys. It's done. It's done. Yes! You've done it! Congratulations! And it only took 1.5 playthroughs rather than 3 or 4. So... that's it. So thank you so much for watching, guys and gals. I really hope you enjoyed the game. It was a brilliant game. A few frustrating things there, especially with the achievements, but that's all good. But I really do hope you enjoyed the guide and that it helped. And if it did, of course, please like, comment, subscribe, and again, please share with a friend. Get this out there, because for all the hard work I've put into this, I would like it to get, you know, quite a good number of views and get it out to a lot of people. And I want it to help a lot of people as well. Ignore the one achievement there. I forgot the Fateful Cat Sausage. You should be all good by now. So, thank you so much for watching again, guys and gals. Big shout out to everyone who continues to support the channel on Patreon. And I will see you in the next Game Pass game. Big love!